This place looks a lot like that room we saw back in the Forbidden Zone.
Huh? What's that? It's one of those!
A red woman in disguise. Or is this their true form?
So it was a trap?
It doesn't look like it can move. Tell me, are you the one who brought us here?
That is correct. It is unusual for me to have unexpected guests these days.
It can talk.
What are you?
Hevrect 35.
Hevrect 35. Is that your name?
Correct.
What is this place? No, wait, before that, just what exactly are you? Are you somehow associated with the Red Women?
Before I answer, I have a question for you. How did you all arrive in this sector?
We did not come to this place by choice. Our ship was brought here against our will, by a group of red women who can shift into the same form as you.
In that case, we can assume my brethren who serve the Great Spirit have deemed you all to be a threat most grave.
What do you mean, serve? Are you saying there really is someone more powerful than the Red Women, pulling their strings?
What did you do to us?
I examined your bodies. You have not been harmed in any way. Identifiers detected. The Sovereign and Maiden are among you. However, you aren't under its control. I see why they viewed you as a danger now.
Oh goody, more riddles.
Do you think we can trust this thing?
Like it or not, it may be our best chance at a ticket out of here. Let's at least hear it out.
I shall now answer your questions. We are Helganquil. The Red Women you encountered previously are a form of disguise we employ from time to time, but not our true form.
Helganquil?
You are on Dake Phasol, a celestial base which drifted here by accident. The will of Rena's great spirit no longer reaches us here. Since my sudden separation from the Great Spirit's influence, I have used any and all means to extend my lifespan. As I have done so, I have also set out to monitor and research Rena and Dahna from this position.
A question. What is this great spirit of which you speak? Is it something that rules over your kind?
Correct. The Great Astral Spirit is a large mass of astral energy that fills all of Rena, one with its own will, a voice we cannot refuse.
A voice? Just like Dahna.
The voice of the Great Spirit speaks to our hearts directly, and we have served it without question throughout the ages.
Does that mean it was controlling your minds? Wait a second. Could this Great Spirit be the true sovereign of Rena?
The true ruler of Rena. It could be the same thing that's controlling Volron.
Wait, back up. You're telling us this great spirit of yours is the one that ordered you things to harvest the astral energy from Dahna? I'm not sure I believe that.
Why not? We've already made contact with the will of Dahna back in the Wedge, and in the Forbidden Zone on Lenegus. If Dahna has a will of its own, I don't see why Rena wouldn't.
Maybe not, but think about what you're saying. If Dahna has a will like Rena, then that would mean that we've been controlled by the voice of Dahna this whole time, just like these things.
Dahna's will hasn't been forcing us to do anything.
Yeah, but...
Let's assume that what Hevrect 35 claims is true, and that we are indeed cut off from both planets. Even if we had previously been under the control of Dahna's will, we would have noticed now that we are disconnected.
Your fear is not based in logic. The voice of Dahna is much smaller and quieter compared to that of Rena's great spirit. Rena's astral energy is amassed at its center, whereas Dahna's is shared among all its constituents. So thinly is that energy spread that it cannot coalesce and formulate a will. Our findings here indicate as much.
Which explains why we felt its will where we did. The wedge and Lenegis are where so much of that energy had been accumulated.
The Great Spirit's desire is to consume all astral energy, and the pursuit of that desire is why you see Rena in its current state. As a result, it has turned its attention toward Dahna.
Is that why the crown contest is necessary? So that the Great Spirit can feed off of Dahna?
Indeed, and it was to that end that we Helganquil devised the crown contest. Had the initial spirit channeling from 300 years ago succeeded, all of Dahna's astral energy would have been seized.
But the ceremony failed. Lenegis was severely damaged, and you lost both the Sovereign and the Renasalma.
Correct. A change in plan was required to ensure the spirit channeling's success. However, recreating the Renis Alma required a vast amount of energy. That is why we turned to Dahna.
So that was the real purpose behind the crown contest. An efficient means to harvest the necessary energy from Dahna.
This is all happening because of me.
Nevertheless, you still haven't answered one of Alphen's original questions. Just why have you brought us here to your base, Hevrecht 35?
First, it was to confirm the identities of you, my unexpected visitors. Second, it was to ascertain whether you would be likely to accept my request.
A request? But what could someone like you want us to...
I wish for you all to slay the Great Spirit.
I'm sorry, did you just ask us to kill your master?
I did. It is in your best interest that you do so, I might add.
What makes you say that?
Lenegis has entered the final stage of the spirit channeling plan. As we speak, Dahna's energy is being harvested en masse and transmitted to Rena. If nothing is done about the Great Spirit, it will not be long before all is lost.
You're saying the destruction we saw earlier is just the beginning? That...
We won't let that happen.
Why do you want us to kill the Great Spirit so badly? Is it to save our world? To free you, Helganquil, from under its control? Why?
No. My primary concern is validating our findings and analysis, which have taken many years to realize. As such, it is my desire to see how your actions impact and change these systems. However, I will not deny that vengeance also plays a part.
Vengeance? For what?
In spite of our long service to the Great Spirit, our species is on the brink of extinction.
You mean... you're dying?
At this stage, it would be wise for you to talk with the others. Ask them what you need to know. Once you have your answer, return to me. If you agree to help, I shall fix your ship.
Others? Just how many of you are there?
I am the only Helganquil who inhabits Dake Faisal.
Hey! Hey!
It's no use. I think it's done talking to us. Let's take a look around.
You can't seriously be buying anything that creature told us, right? I mean, it's practically blackmailing us into doing its dirty work.
To be honest, the conversation went on for so long, I'm not sure I understood all of it. How about you, Dohalim? Were you able to follow it at all?
At the very least, everything it said about the Renan Great Spirit adds up. At the end of the day, this whole chain of events comes back to astral energy. That being said, had we not previously encountered the will of Dahna, I suspect I would find its story much more difficult to believe.
The spirit of Rena wants to see Dahna completely destroyed.
But why? Astral energy is supposed to be a force that creates and shapes the world.
It doesn't matter. I don't care if we're up against an entire world or what its game is. We're not going to let it destroy Dahna.
Right.
There is one other thing that concerns me. How the Great Spirit, the Helganquil, and the Crown Contest are all part of a centuries-long plan is clear enough. But what about the Renans? How do they factor into all this?
Now that you mention it, and all that talk, Hevrek 35 never even brought up the Renans once. And as for the Helganquil, we never did find out just what they are either.
Maybe it had a reason for keeping its silence. Or perhaps there's even more going on. Maybe the others will shed more light on the matter. Let's find out. Who are they?
What is it?
Oh, my apologies. It's just been so long since I've seen any humans from the outside world.
Are you a Renan?
Oh, yeah, I guess so. The Overseer told us to answer any questions you might have. Whatever you want to know, we'll tell you as much as we can. But be quick. Our subjects are undergoing a dramatic shift that we don't want to miss.
What a weird guy.
He must have meant Hevrek 35 when he mentioned that Overseer.
And what was that about subjects? You don't think he meant Dahna and Rena, do you?
There isn't anyone else we can talk to. I guess we should ask around here.
Have you guys lived up here in Deg Faisal with Hevrek 35 for a long time?
Yes. I couldn't tell you off the top of my head just how long it's been, though. We regularly go into stasis, so our sense of time has gotten rather out of whack over the years.
Why are you all even here in the first place?
Originally, this station was where we worked to perform maintenance on Lenegis from the outside.
We heard that the facility ended up in its current location due to an accident.
Oh, it was terrible. Apparently there was some kind of accident, and when help never arrived, they presumed the entire facility had been destroyed.
And you've been working for Hevrecht 35 ever since?
Well, at first we thought that there was nobody else inside the facility, but then it turned out the Overseer was there all along.
What do you mean?
The Helganquill have the technology to cloak themselves around us Renans. As long as they don't do anything obvious, a Renan won't see one, even if it's right in front of them.
Which would explain why Shion and I failed to notice the Red Women previously. Do they employ an astral art of some sort?
I haven't been able to scientifically confirm it for myself, but from what I understand, the type of cloaking they use is primarily achieved through mechanical means. In addition, they also used hypnosis devices and information control to get us to do what they wanted without being detected. It's a pretty sophisticated operation, especially since it avoids any unnecessary conflict. I have to imagine that's how Lenegis is still run.
But aren't the Helganquill themselves controlled by the Great Spirit? If so, why aren't Renans affected by it in the same way?
The Great Spirit's mind control only works on Helganquill, so they had to employ other means to manipulate us Renans.
You act like this didn't affect you personally. If I was you, I'd be mad as hell at their deceptions.
I mean, sure, I was surprised when I first found out about it, but it happened so long ago.
Hevrecht 35 has clearly ceased concealing itself, though. Why is that?
Who can say? My guess is it just got bored, or maybe even a little lonely.
Don't you want to go back home to Rena or Lenegis? Our ship is going to be fixed pretty soon. You could ride with us.
No way. If we went back after knowing the truth, they'd either just brainwash us or purge us outright. After all this time, there's nothing to be gained from going back. We've all agreed it'd be best to simply stay here and watch everything unfold instead. Things are going just fine with the Overseer. Not that it'll be around much longer. It can't extend its life any further. That said, I'm sure it's pleased to see the final stage of the plan before it passes on, though.
Thank you for answering our questions. Can we talk to you for a few minutes?
Sure. It's going to be a while before the two planets undergo their next shift, so I can talk until then.
Please, tell us what you know about the Helganquill.
You mean the Overseer's species? I can't say I know much about them.
Well, for starters, where'd they come from?
Where else? From Rena, obviously.
From Rena? Wait, are you telling us those things live right alongside the Renans down there?
Of course not. There's really no such thing as Renans in the first place.
Excuse me?
Oh, I thought the Overseer explained everything.
Apparently not.
Please, tell us more.
Well, in a nutshell, the Renans were originally created from Dahnans by the Helganquill.
But if that's true, then that would mean there aren't any people on Rena.
There aren't. But there are Helganquill. That's what the name literally means in their language. People of Rena.
But what need could they possibly have to create a whole new race of people?
It was a way to bolster their dwindling workforce. I trust you're aware that the Helganquill are on the verge of extinction, yes? In essence, we were created to carry on their work for the Great Spirit after they all die. They gathered Dahnans who had an affinity for astral arts and proceeded from there. That's why we, as their descendants, can all cast arts, albeit to varying degrees.
Let me get this straight. Are you saying Renans were originally created from Dahnans that the Helganquill kidnapped?
Wait, that explains why almost nobody can use astral arts on Dahna now.
Helganquill technology is truly amazing. The way they alter their bodies is far less invasive than your conventional surgeries. They have these tiny machines that are practically invisible, which they insert into their bodies and—
Enough! You needn't tell us anymore.
How can you speak so calmly about all of this?
I guess I can see how when Viewed in a certain light, their ways may sound grotesque, but if you ask me, I think they ultimately did us a favor. They saved us from crawling the earth in ignorance. If it meant their hands had to get a little dirty in the process, then so be it. Anyway, the Helganquil are the real Renans. Personally, I don't think it's such a big deal. They're also mostly the ones behind what you see going on between the two planets. I think that covers just about everything worth knowing.
I see. Thanks for filling us in.
Does he really expect us to believe that Renans never truly existed? How absurd.
Dohalim.
Just when I think we're getting to the bottom of it all, some new revelation smacks us in the face.
Then let's hope this is our last revelation for a while. Do you know anything about a spirit channeling plan?
If you mean the first plan from 300 years ago, then yes. Do you know what its main objective was?
Yes. It was to use Lenegis to siphon off Dahna's astral energy and send it to Rena.
Exactly. However, there were two problems we had to consider. First was how to collect and send such a large quantity of astral energy without it becoming sentient. Second, we had to figure out how to convert Dahna's energy so it would be compatible with Rena.
I take it the solutions to those problems were to use the wedge for the collection, and then the Sovereign and Maiden to convert the energy.
We have a winner! However, the first plan failed when the Sovereign was overwhelmed and became frenzied. The reason for that is because the Maiden lost control. I'm told he slaughtered many Renans in Helganquil that day. For the next plan, we tried to recreate the Renis Alma, but we didn't have nearly enough of the other non-dark astral energy types. To amend that, we set our sights on Dahna and implemented a system whereby we could extract energy from it.
And the crown contests began.
Correct. Since the Maiden had been the failing point in the previous plan, it was decided to replace her role with machinery to avoid further mishaps. A new Sovereign had to be made as well. It was such tremendously difficult work, its success was dubious. But from the look of things, it would appear such worries were unfounded.
So that's what the purpose of that room we found in the Forbidden Zone was.
What about the flower that sprouted from Rena?
Flower? Oh, that thing. That's the physical manifestation of all the astral energy that's been harvested from Dahna. As I'm sure you've noticed, it's quite a lot of energy. At this point, it's likely that it's become physically integrated with Rena's planetary structure.
Hevrecht 35 mentioned that the spirit channeling plan is entering its final stage. Is that true?
It is. I never thought I would live to see the day with my own eyes, and yet here we are. Are we done talking now? If it's all the same to you, I'd really rather not miss anything that's about to happen.
He talks like the potential end of the world is just another day on the job.
You've got to remember that these guys have been living alone up here for a long time. Who knows what shape their minds are in?
It feels like our whole world has been turned upside down. Is there anything we know that's still true at this point?
Seriously, I'm still trying to process the fact that we Renans were created by the Helganquil, let alone the Sovereign and Maiden stuff.
Let's take a moment to gather ourselves. I know all of this is a lot to believe and take in, but I think it's fair to say that we've found the answers we've been looking for. Does everyone agree?
Agreed. Though I'll admit that I never expected it to all boil down to Rena's great spirit being behind everything.
Everything that's happened, Everything we've endured, it's all because of astral energy.
And to get that energy, the Great Spirit took control of the Helganquil. Then the Helganquil created the Renans, who went on to invade and rule over the Dahnans.
Plus, the reason the Great Spirit can't directly control the Renans as well is likely because they were originally Dahnans all along.
Either way, I think it's fair to say we've all had a lot to take in at once. Maybe too much, even. We should probably take it easy and rest our minds a bit. Why don't we all take some time to think things over, before we decide on our next move?
That's a good idea, Kisara. If the Renan Great Spirit really is behind all this, then we've got a really big fight ahead of us. Because it's not just Dahna on the line, but Rena too. If we're going to do this, we need to be completely sure of ourselves. So let's go ahead and break off for now. We aren't in any immediate danger, so we should be okay. You sure you don't want to be alone right now?
I could ask you the same question.
I figured I'd get all my thinking in while walking around and checking up on everybody.
I'll go along with you. I'm interested to hear what's on everyone's minds too.
Sounds good. Let's go find them.
Everyone's just gone their own way.
Everything we thought we knew. It was all just a fabrication that the Red Women, that the Helganquil made up.
Right. Assuming we can believe anything that Hevrek 35 has told us, that is.
Well, if the names are anything to go by, it's possible the Helganquil could be behind the fruits of Helgen too.
But if Hevrek 35 was telling the truth, and this was all just one massive lie, does that mean everything we've done up until now has been pointless?
No, I don't think so. Or at least I hope not. I think it just means we've lost our foothold for now. That's all.
Really? Well then, if we've lost it, I guess we'll just have to find another. All of us together. And if we can't find one, then we'll make a new one. End of story.
Make one, huh? I see. Right then. Count me in.
Oh, it's you two. Does he seem like he's doing any better now?
He who? Oh, you mean Dohalim, don't you?
I know that we're all struggling to wrap our minds around it all, but he looked like he was taking it really hard earlier.
What do you think about everything we've learned? About the Renans and the Great Spirit and all that?
On some level, I'm not even really sure what to think, to be honest. I mean, the Great Spirit is like a huge natural disaster, but with a mind and will of its own. But if that thing's hellbent on trying to destroy our planet, then the only thing left for us to do is stop it. As for the Renans, I suppose my feelings on that are a bit more mixed.
How so?
Coexistence between Dahnans and Renans in Menancia is still a work in progress. In my case, I think that's partly because deep down, I was still on guard around Renans. So, to be told that they're like us, that they're actually just like us is, well, I guess it's a little deflating, to be honest.
You kept a pretty level head.
You mean about the Renans? At the end of the day, the Helganquil and the Great Spirit are the ones who are responsible. But at the same time, I realize that not every Dahnan is necessarily going to believe that either.
I know you're already aware of this, but the list of grievances the Dahnans have against the Renans is long, and understandably so. And if people then find out that they're all actually one and the same, yeah, I don't think they're going to take to it too kindly.
Even just among the Dahnans, I'm sure there'll be some who emerge with power and some who won't. I think if we can find a way to get rid of that imbalance, then we'll be in a truly good place.
Well, first we can try to figure out what to do about the existing conflicts we have.
Yeah. It'd be nice if one day people could learn to get past their hatred like Rinwell did.
It's no small task. We can't pretend like the past didn't happen and ask people to forget their very real pain and suffering.
Right. Everybody has their reasons for feeling the way that they do. But if we just keep yelling at each other about it, we'll never move on. In a worst-case scenario, it might lead to even more people getting killed.
And we all have to figure out how to meet halfway. Not just that, but to also embrace each other's pain, in a sense.
That's an interesting way of putting it.
It's true. Everybody has their own scars, their own trauma. The first step to healing those wounds is to put aside that hatred. It won't be achieved through reasoning, but I think it's a good first step, if nothing else. And now, I think I see a way to move forward. But to do that, first we need to make sure our planet isn't going to get wiped out.
You both seem awfully calm.
Only because after everything we've seen, we don't have the energy to keep being shocked.
How are you holding up, Rinwell? That whole talk about the Renans looked like it shook you up a bit.
Yeah. I get this sinking feeling whenever I remember how Dahnan mages like my family were persecuted and died out. And now, I finally know why that is. But I was thinking, if Renans end up living together with Dahnans again, then mages won't be such an unusual thing to see on Dahna anymore, right? I know it's not as simple as all that, but Dahnans probably won't be so quick to let their guards down, and there might be Renans who still act superior because of their arts.
It wouldn't surprise me. 300 years of bad blood and prejudice isn't going to be an easy thing to overcome.
Yeah. I know firsthand just how much hatred can take hold in your heart once you let it in. But even so, I was still able to change. And if I can change, so can anyone else. So I was thinking maybe, I don't know, I could use my position as both a Dahnan and a mage to help bring both sides together.
Rinwell.
That great spirit worries me too, though. Dahna's will feels so warm and inviting. So why is Rena's will trying to destroy our entire planet?
Now that you mention it, Everett 35 and the other scientists here never really brought that up. Maybe they don't know either.
Maybe. But regardless, at the end of the day, Dahna's still our home. There's no way we can let it be destroyed.
We won't. We'll keep it safe no matter what.
I still can't believe it, man.
You're not the only one still trying to make sense of all this. Believe me.
Really? You've never struck me as the type of guy to get hung up on these sorts of things.
Did you forget what happened back in Thistleum? Once my memories started coming back to me, I felt completely and totally lost.
It was really that bad for you?
Yeah, it was. But thanks to Law and everybody else, I remembered that I still had things out there worth fighting for.
Man, I think you might be a better guy than me, Alphen. All I can remember thinking was, when's this guy gonna get his act together?
Law.
I was too worried about repeating the same mistakes I'd made back with my dad, and running away from the truth. That was no way to live. And I've tried to stay strong, my way. But all this talk about other races and the world ending, if I can be honest with you guys, it's just all too much for me to handle right now.
I know this is going to sound strange coming from me, but maybe the key is not to worry too much about the big stuff right now.
Oh?
I used to worry all the time about my thorns, for obvious reasons, but I never really opened up to anyone about them. And when I realized my visions pointed to a threat that was bigger than me, I didn't know what I should do or who to tell. But that's when I finally got it. You guys were all there for me, to teach me what's really important. I just had to open up and listen.
In other words, if you let the big picture stuff get you all muddled up inside, you'll begin to lose sight of what you really care about. Yeah, I think you're right.
The thing that's most important, what I really care about. All I want to do is protect the people that really matter to me, to fight for them. That's good enough, right?
Not everyone is strong enough to fight.
Huh?
It's something your dad told me once when he was still alive. Law, you know you're strong enough to fight, and you're strong enough to protect the people you care about. Forget all the big stuff going on. Just don't lose sight of what you want to protect in the first place. Sound good?
Yeah, I think it does. It's like a big weight's been lifted off my shoulders. I'll fight to protect the people around me. Just like I always have. I think that's best.
I apologize for making you witness that.
You mean hearing the origins of the Renans?
Indeed. It's shocking to have so many things I thought to be indelible fade away in mere seconds.
Even I'm still not sure everything we've heard here is actually true.
Let's not delude ourselves. If what we've heard is a lie, it's a rather elaborate one. I can only imagine that you must have been constantly feeling like this, ever since your memory returned, Alphen. And you as well, Shion. About your thorns, and being a maiden.
That's just part of being alive, don't you think?
To say the least. But enough about me. I'm not concerned for myself. What concerns me is all of the other Renans out there.
When you say the other Renans, you mean the ones that are living on Lenegis or Dahna, right?
Correct. Even if we stop the Great Spirit from annihilating Dahna, our problems will still remain. Putting aside the untold state that Rena may be in, if we do not truly belong there, we will have to think long and hard about where it is that we wish to return to.
So, I guess your only real choices at this point are to either stay on Lenegis or come down to Dahna, huh? And right now, Lenegis might not even be a safe option.
And at the same time, Dahnans are hardly likely to embrace Renans with open arms. If the issue is forced, things could turn dire. There is, after all, 3 centuries worth of hatred to overcome between us. And the victims of our rule have absolutely every right to feel animosity towards us Renans. Our own circumstances as the aggressors are irrelevant.
I didn't expect the former Lord of Menancia to be so down about people reconciling.
Menancia's fate was a stroke of good luck. There had been backlash over how it had been ruled, and I was blessed to have sympathizers among my ranks. Still, even now, there remain ardent dissidents.
But things can still change if you have the right people to help lead the way. Isn't that what you hope to achieve on Lenegis, after this is all over?
Indeed. I have fully accepted the burden of that responsibility. In that regard, I remain determined. On that note, I have something of a favor to ask of you, Alphen.
Oh? What is it?
I wish for you to serve as a mediator so that the Renans can live on Dahna peaceably. As the one and only blazing sword, I suspect the Dahnans may listen to what you have to say when problems arise.
And I take it that you'll be the one to represent the Renans?
Yes. I realize that I'm asking quite a lot of you. However, the fact of the matter is that it will take time for Renans to re-enter Dahnan society without any bloodshed. That is why.
You're the same as ever, Dohalim.
Is it too much?
No, relax. You get so tense and formal when you're asking for a favor. Listen, there's no need for that. We're friends.
You're too kind. I can see you were raised well.
That's some high praise, Alphen.
Then I'll ask once again, this time just as friends. Alphen, will you help me?
You don't even need to ask. Of course I will.
Thank you, my friend.
Well, it sounds like everyone's learning from their past and using it to create a better future for everyone.
What about you, Shion? How do you feel about the origin of the Renans?
To be honest, I'm not really all that shocked, actually. I mean, I might be a Renan in the literal sense, but I've never really felt like one of them. Right now, it's kind of a mystery.
How do you mean?
Because for a really, really long time, all I ever thought about was how I was going to die. Not if or when, but how. I thought I'd die alone. That fate had me in its steely grip. I would have never imagined that I'd be traveling with someone like you, fighting to save Rena and Dahna. I mean, how could I have? It's been going on for 300 years. All this tragedy and destruction. When you consider the Helganquil's part in all this, it's been even longer than that. It was Naori's hope that somehow, someone in the future would be able to stop it, before it was too late. How it fell on us, of all people, to heed that call, is a mystery.
I don't think Naori was hoping that we would just stop the world from getting destroyed. She considered me, a Dahnan, as a real person. And she very much cherished her own people, too. I don't think she wanted the world to be saved, just so they could go back to hurting each other. Oh, maybe this is what she meant.
Huh?
When we were talking to Kisara earlier, about all that stuff like everyone's needing to meet halfway and embrace each other's pain and suffering. She said that the first step down that path was for each of us to put aside our own hatred. That means forgiving other people, even and especially before they forgive you.
Forgiving. So it goes both ways, right? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. I don't just mean forgiving things that happened in the past either. Conflicts will keep happening. If we have any hope of moving on and building a better future, we have to all learn to forgive each other.
You know, you're right. People can hurt one another without even meaning to. I know that better than most, thanks to these thorns.
It's not going to be easy getting past this pain. But if we can do it, I'm sure there'll come a time when we can all truly understand each other. I'm there with you, Shion. I too want to protect the world we live in, and all the people we care about. I think that's the very least I can do to repay Naori for everything that she did.
Yeah. I want a future that she would feel proud to live in, and I'm going to fight for it.
Whoa there, Savior Girl. We're here to save you too, you know.
Yes, I know. Don't worry, I haven't forgotten. I want to live, and that's the honest truth.
Well, is everybody ready to do what needs to be done?
I am. There's a lot to think about, but at the end of the day, Dahna's still in danger. I don't care who we're up against. We'll kick their ass.
What are your thoughts, Alphen? I want to know what's on your mind, too.
Like Law said, if we have to fight the Great Spirit on Rena, then so be it. It's trying to rob us of our entire world, And it's going to take not just our home, but all of existence along with it. That alone is enough to make it our enemy. But it's not only that. One way or another, I think beating the Great Spirit is going to be tied to us saving Xion.
You're saying there's a chance?
You're referring to the vision of destruction we all saw in Lenegis, I take it?
Yeah. 3 centuries ago, the astral energy that appeared at the spirit channeling ceremony showed Naori that vision. And to hear Xion tell it, it's the same one that she sees from her own thorns as well.
Indeed. Xion's thorns are comprised of dark astral energy, the one type which we know is native only to Rena. And if Rena's great spirit is what's behind Dahna's pending destruction, then...
Xion's thorns are the Great Spirit? It's not actually on Rena like we thought?
We don't know anything for certain. At the very least, though, I think it's possible her thorns are a part of the Great Spirit.
While the main body resides in Rena.
Xion.
If these thorns really are a part of Rena's great spirit, I'm going to go over there and give it a piece of my mind and then some.
The question is, how do we confront it? Suffice it to say, that flower growing out of Rena is enormous, large enough to house the will of an entire planet. The Wedge and Lenegis were both hard enough for us to overcome in their own right. This is an altogether greater challenge for merely 6.
And we only know about the Thorns connection thanks to Naori.
Hevric 35 has been observing the Great Astral Spirit this whole time. It wouldn't ask us to fight it unless it has a plan of some sort. Let's go see what that is. Our minds are made up. Let's go give Hevrek 35 our answer.
So if the Sovereign and Maiden were originally boot-up programs for Lenegis, what about now?
Even with the Forbidden Zone in ruins and the Renis Alma stolen, Lenegis is functioning fine. If it needed us before, it doesn't appear to now.
First they lumber you with a position you never asked for, then you're discarded like you're nothing? Who the hell do they think they are?
More importantly, who do they think we are? We might not even factor into their list of concerns.
I just hope everyone on Lenegis is safe.
Worst comes to worst, Lenegis is equipped with a large number of starships the people can escape in. As long as the whole satellite doesn't suddenly explode or something, they should be fine.
Wait, explode?
In any case, if we're truly going to make a difference, it's on Rena we're needed, not Lenegis. The people there will be fine, I'm sure of it.
Right.
Do you have your answer for me?
We want to ask something first. You're asking us to fight an entire planet. How exactly do you expect us to do that? You must have something up your sleeve, or else you wouldn't put us up to it.
The great astral spirit is an immense being, but its actual will does not run throughout its entire body. Rather, its will is derived from the core, which supports the rest of the body, and is where its strength is most densely concentrated. Therefore, if you destroy the core, the Great Spirit shall become unable to maintain sentience and return to being ordinary astral energy.
And how are we supposed to destroy that core?
By using the Renis Alma. You will also need the assistance of both the Sovereign and the Maiden. They are our best tools for suppressing and controlling astral energy. Using their powers, the Maiden shall seal the great astral spirit within her body, and the Sovereign shall wield the power of the Renis Alma to destroy it.
Hold on. That sounds a lot like what Shion described before.
Yeah, killing herself to take out the thorns with her.
She was actually right all along.
By my calculations, your powers combined should be sufficient to destroy the great astral spirit and disperse its energy widely enough to make it difficult to reform.
What will happen to the Maiden once we manage to beat the great astral spirit?
Any matter contained within the field of destruction shall be erased.
So it really will kill me.
This method is the most simple one available to destroy the Great Spirit, and is therefore our most reliable option.
What are our other options?
There is little reason to consider alternative courses of action when the most optimal among them is so clear.
You don't get it. I promised Shion that she wouldn't die, that we'd save the world without needing to sacrifice her. We didn't fight this whole time just to give up on her at the very end. If there's any other way to take out the Great Spirit, I want to hear it.
This plan shall lead to the fewest losses in preserving your world. Abandoning it is irrational.
That's...
It is vital that you proceed with this plan. A part of Rena's great astral spirit already resides within her. 300 years ago, the Great Spirit descended upon Lenegis in an attempt to assume direct control of the spirit channeling ceremony. We have reason to believe the Great Spirit left part of itself behind, and that it now resides in the Maiden.
Which would make Alphen's earlier hypothesis correct.
That part inside the maiden belongs to the core and can be used by the great astral spirit to revive itself. So long as it remains, it will be all but impossible to fully eradicate the great spirit. That is why it is necessary for it to be vanquished only once it is whole. Without the maiden's direct control over the great spirit, attacking it is futile and will only serve to strengthen it.
No.
Wait. Naori said that the Renis Alma can suppress the self-realization of astral energy, and that the thorns can be neutralized by placing them in it. If so, can't the same also be done to the Great Spirit, seeing as the thorns are simply part of it?
Well, can it?
It is true that the Renis Alma is capable of what you suggest, and could contain the great astral spirit.
Yes!
However, doing so requires fine control on the level of the spirit channeling ceremony, considering that the Renis Alma was previously lost when that ceremony failed. I cannot allow it. Its uncertainty is simply too great.
What does that mean for us if you won't allow it?
Your starship will not be restored, and you will all be unable to leave here.
Why you?
Fine then. I'd rather stay here and rot than do it your way.
Alphen?
Whatever we do, if we mess up, Dahna's screwed. The Great Spirit will destroy it. If you're fine letting that happen, and we have nothing to gain either way, then I'd rather do nothing. We want to stop Dahna from getting destroyed. We want to save it. But not if it means having to sacrifice one of us in the process. If all you're gonna do is sit back and watch us where it's safe, then quit ordering us around and shut up!
Alphen.
What you say is irrational. Be that as it may, I shall accede to your demand.
You'll agree?
I am an observer. The Sovereign, Maiden, and Renis Alma are my species' greatest achievement. I wish to see how well they work against the Great Spirit in light of our demise by its hands.
But what are we supposed to do about the Renis Alma? One of your buddies ran off with it back on Lenegis.
It is likely that the Renis Alma is with the Great Spirit, functioning as a catalyst for it to receive Dahna's astral energy.
So our only option to retrieve it is to head straight for the Great Spirit and take it back?
According to my observations, the astral energy is most densely concentrated in the center of Rena, where the Great Spirit's core is located.
So right in the middle of that giant flower, then.
I have one more question. You've said that Rena's great astral spirit is already integrated with the planet. What will happen to Rena once it vanishes?
Without the will of the Great Spirit, Rena is predicted to collapse. Even in such a scenario, the energy will disperse, and the Great Spirit will likely not reform.
So you're saying that even if we manage to beat the Great Spirit without destroying it, we'll still be in danger?
Likely, the collapse will occur in stages. It is recommended that you all escape before the final stage.
Man, I wish that thing would tell it to us straight for once.
Havrek 35 and the others have gotten used to hypothesizing from afar, is all. Fix our starship. We're going to Rena.
Excellent.
But I want to make one thing clear. We're doing this for ourselves, to protect what matters to us. We're not doing it for your sake, or because you told us to. Remember that.
It matters little to me. The end result shall be the same. Repair work on your starship has commenced. You'll have to wait until it's finished.
Man.
Is the Renis Alma really our only hope against the Great Spirit? There has to be another way, right?
Shion's Fire Master Core was able to suppress astral energy to prevent it from gaining sentience, right? Couldn't we make use of that somehow?
I'm not sure. In small doses, maybe. And with the amount of energy we're talking about here.
Back in Calaglia, the Blazing Sword was able to take in a whole spirit vessel's worth of energy. If it has the capacity to manage that, it can do this, right?
Except after it absorbed the energy, it ended up releasing it all moments later, remember? Let's not forget, it nearly killed you. Besides, this is the Great Spirit we're talking about, not a paltry vessel. Even if I could use the Master Core, your body wouldn't be able to take the strain of channeling that much energy.
Hevrect 35 didn't mention it, and it did not seem the type to skimp on details, so assuming it's even possible, the chances are slim to none.
You're probably right.
You still thinking about what the scientists told us? About where Renans really come from?
I am, but not for myself.
You're worried about the future of the Renan people.
The fact that our people have been the same this whole time will only give the Dahnans further reason to resent us.
But you still intend to confront this truth head-on, don't you?
Well, I did declare that I would live my life for the living, and not the dead. Even as I dream of retirement, I shall remain dedicated to the cause.
I'm sure you'll do great.
Now that I think about it, I don't believe I've ever heard you criticize or reproach us Renans even once.
I'm no saint. I have skeletons in my closet too. There was definitely a time when I hated Renans for who they were. I hated them just for being Renan. But you changed that, Dohalim. You gave me an opportunity to see them in a different light. Thanks to your reforms, we were able to stand next to Renans not as slaves, but as equals for the first time in our lives. Of course, I'm sure there were some Renans who still hated us on the inside. But we knew that not all of you were like that. There were those of you who were good, and that was a start. When it comes down to it, Renans are just people. They can be good or bad, just like Dahnans.
That is, in essence, the heart of your approach, isn't it? That we're all people.
Yeah, it is. When you can pull someone aside and talk to them one-on-one, then you have the chance to come to an understanding. But as soon as you stereotype, that chance goes away, and you stop thinking of them as people that you can relate to.
I understand what you're saying, but we're talking about massive numbers of Renans and Dahnans alike. Realistically speaking, surely they won't all be able to get along.
Even if we end up butting heads with one person, maybe we'll find better luck among their friends. If we can build a society that works like that, that'll be something worth nurturing and protecting.
So you wish for people to form real bonds and do away with the hierarchy outright? To deal with one another as humans, and nothing more. That's the ideal future you hope to see when this is all over?
Yes, I do. I think it would make for a fine tribute to my brother's legacy. Though, that said, I would be doing it for the people of the future first and foremost. Do you still plan to return to Lenegis when this is over?
Indeed I do. I don't know whether I'll be able to reside in Lenegis proper, however. My first order of business may be to find somewhere to live.
You'll always have a home in Menancia, you know.
As I shall ever keep in mind.
Well, if you ever need a helping hand, don't hesitate to come get me. I'll always be there for you, Doe.
Did you just... Never mind. Thank you, Kisara. I appreciate your patience as I work all this out.
Don't even mention it. And really, when you think about it, now that we know the two of us aren't so different after all, don't you think that brings down a barrier that used to be between us?
You know, I hadn't actually thought of it that way before. But I do like the sound of it.
Yeah, I think I do too.
Hey, why'd you call me here? Was there something you wanted to talk about?
Well, if everything we've heard about the Great Spirit is true, then we're getting close to our final battle. So I wanted to apologize while I can.
Apologize? For what?
I was being real stupid before, about whether Dahna's will had been controlling us and all that. I get why you're angry now. Anybody would be if something they trusted was being questioned. So, I'm sorry, Rinwell. Really. I should have kept my mouth shut.
No, Law. Honestly, I think you might have been onto something. Of course you were worried. Who wouldn't be if they found out there might be some invisible force pulling our strings this whole time?
But you really trust Dahna's will, don't you? Is it because you can sense it a lot more than the rest of us? Because you can understand it?
Yeah, I think that might be part of it. But I also want to believe it's good.
Believe?
Remember how I used to really resent coming from a family of mages?
Yeah, of course. Because you were always on the run and had to live in hiding.
When we rescued Zephyr and I finally decided to come along with you all, something changed inside me. It was the first time I felt like my powers had any meaning, even if that meaning was only helping you guys fight. Then, when I felt Dahna's will, I was overwhelmed by how vast and warm it was. It made me want to believe my powers were made to connect with it. It made me believe I had a bigger purpose.
So that's why you hope it doesn't turn out to be bad. You almost need it to be kind.
Yeah.
Well, alright. Then I promise I'll lay off bad-mouthing it.
You will?
There's no way for me to know for sure one way or the other, right? But you trust it, Rinwell, and that's enough for me. So I'll trust it because you do.
Remember what I said about neither planet's great spirit reaching us here?
Yeah?
That's not quite true. I can feel just a little bit of Rena's inside you and everyone else.
What?
I sensed it when we first got here. It's a really small amount, so it doesn't feel like it has a will of its own. But I think that's how Dahna's energy probably is too.
So you're saying there's a little bit of Dahna's will inside each of us? In a way, doesn't that mean we're all Dahna's will?
What?
Well, like you said, unless Dahna's energy comes together, it has no will. So if we all have a little bit of Dahna's astral energy inside us...
Yeah, maybe...
Heverick 35 might know the answer. But, you know what? I don't need to ask it. My will is my own. I fight for who I want to fight for. That's who I am now. Who I've become. So thanks, Rinwell, for sharing that with me.
Ah.
To be honest, the only reason I was suspicious of Dahna's will, well, I mean, it mostly was... I feel like you and I had grown apart lately, and I was worried it was because...
Huh?
Never mind. Nothing. Just forget about it.
Huh? No. What were you saying?
Saying? I don't remember
Come
saying
on.
anything.
Now you won't tell me what you were
No,
thinking?
that's not what I'm saying.
Then spit it out already.
You sure you don't want to get some rest?
I can't. I've got too much on my mind. Especially knowing how close our last battle is. How are you doing, Xion?
Same as you, still trying to absorb everything.
Remember when it was so simple? We were only fighting all the lords on Dahna? All of that feels like a lifetime ago, doesn't it?
Ages and ages ago. Everything that's happened since we first met. So many fights, so much chaos, so many wonderful people.
If I hadn't run into you that day, well, I wouldn't have met all of you. I never would have held the blazing sword or looked for something more. I wouldn't have my memories back. I'd still be a faceless slave, like as not long dead.
Hey, Alphen. I want you to promise me something.
Yeah?
If we can't find the Renis Alma, there's something I want you to do. Like Hevrect 35 said, the only way we can end the Great Spirit for good is to go after both the main body in Rena and the thorns in me. I need you to promise me, Alphen, that if for some reason we can't get the Renis Alma back, you'll use the blazing sword to destroy the Great Spirit, and me along with it.
Huh?
It's true the blazing sword may not have the strength of the Renis Alma, but it's taken us this far. It's slain lords and beasts. At the very least, it has to be worth a try.
You can't be serious. Have you forgotten everything
Listen,
that we...
The Great Spirit isn't just our problem. It's a threat to our entire world, Renans and Dahnans alike. We don't know what's going to happen when we face it, but we need to be prepared for anything. We can't second-guess ourselves when the time comes. I promise you, I'm not planning on going anywhere. I'm prepared to fight with absolutely everything I've got. But if it comes down to it, I need you to be prepared too.
Okay. But you should know that I'm not going to give up on you, Xion. I'm going to fight this until the very end. I hope you can forgive me for that.
Alphen. Okay, I understand. And I'll forgive you.
Thank you, Xion.
So it's a promise then?
Yeah, it's a promise.
I remember how I felt the first time you touched me. My thorns made any contact a mistake no one would ever make twice. After they'd seen what could happen, Fear would always linger behind their eyes. In my entire life, I never had someone willingly reach out to me. But when you reached out to me and gently took my hand, you didn't react at all. It was so easy for you. I don't have words for the shock I felt in that moment.
That's because I couldn't feel pain back then.
Even once you could, though, you still chose to keep reaching out to me. And when you did, I felt this warmth that I had never known before. But still, I hate having to see you suffer through it every time you do.
You won't have to worry about that for much longer.
You think so?
I do, because Shion,
No. You can tell me once my thorns are gone. Okay?
Yeah. Okay. Everybody get enough rest? We ready for this?
Yeah, we should probably get moving.
Agreed. Can't stand around waiting all day.
Our task is relatively straightforward. We need only descend down to Rena, defeat the Great Spirit, and restore stability to both worlds.
We're fighting for a new future for both Dahna and Rena.
Right. We've come this far. We will save our worlds. That's a promise.
Then let's go, everybody. We've got one last wall to tear down.
Repairs on your starship are complete. Everything is in working order.
Is that you, Hevrek 35? You can see us from where you are?
I can. I can see anywhere within the bounds of Dake Faisal.
Sounds like someone's a peeping Tom.
Maybe we should give Hevrek 35 a break. It has been stuck in this tiny facility for a very, very long time.
I have unlocked all functions on your starship. You can now make use of its warp drive.
Warp drive? Wait, you mean like what the Red Women used on us? What brought us here?
It's possible that the Red Women may have found a way to activate it on the starship. They are Helganquil, after all.
Using the warp drive, you should be able to breach Rena's atmosphere without being detected.
Wait, should?
You'll need to be careful. Due to the force field surrounding Rena, the ship will be unable to go any further than the surface of the planet.
So, once we reach the shell, it appears we'll have to infiltrate the core by foot. Understood.
We gotta go all the way down just walking?
Will all the Helganquil go back to normal once we defeat the Great Spirit? I have a strange feeling we're going to have to fight them before this is all over.
The extinction of my people is inevitable at this stage. As such, it would be illogical to risk the success of the mission in a vain attempt to save my kind.
We understand.
Can't that thing lighten up a bit? Everything it says seems to be about what's illogical.
Well, come on, Doe.
Hold up, did you just...
You heard the lady. Get going.
I have one last question.
What?
As Sovereign, your identification number indicates that you are well past your predicted life expectancy. Similarly, the Maiden lacks any identification number, as her function should have been rendered unnecessary. Despite this, the two of you can...
We exist because others...
You mean it is... Why have you...
It's hard to All right.
Time to get back on the farm. It would appear that our Helganquil host really has fulfilled its end of the bargain.
You know what that means. Time to go to Rena.
I guess this means we should give that warp drive a spin.
There's nothing here. This weird ocean we're surrounded by just stretches out everywhere. Is this really where the Helganquil come from?
I don't sense even a trace of astral energy. This world is dead.
Then this must be the hollowing.
You mean to tell me this whole world, the entire ocean is that stuff?
And it's covering everything. The entire planet.
This is what the Great Spirit does. After it depleted this planet of every last speck of astral energy, it went after Dahna.
So arresting. This world of doom.
Back in its day, Rena was probably just as vibrant as Dahna is. But after being robbed of its astral energy for so long, those days are gone and past. This is all that will remain.
So the Great Spirit took everything. It stole energy not just from living beings, but the land, the sea, everything.
And it bound the Helganquil in servitude until their whole world was nothing but this. And by the looks of it, that's how it remains to this day. A world of death and emptiness.
With nothing left here to consume, the Great Spirit turned its sights on Dahna, looking for another host.
You're saying if we don't stop it, this is what Dahna's going to look like?
We can be sure that even these few remaining remnants of Renan life will not be spared in the end.
If the oblivion and darkness both Shion and Naori saw comes to pass, nothing will survive. It looks like we can climb down from there. Let's take a look.
So this is Rena. This is where everything began. Yet it...
A hollowed ocean as far as the eye can see. What do you think would happen if we fell in?
What do you mean, what would happen? You'd drown, wouldn't you?
Come to think of it, I don't believe I've heard of someone ever trying. Perhaps you'd like the glory of being the first?
Nah, I'll pass.
This is essentially a world-sized Renan graveyard. Are you proposing to disturb the dead slumber just to satisfy your curiosity, Law?
No, because I said I passed.
Taking an interest is understandable, but let's not forget where we are. This place deserves our respect.
Looks like we're not going to be hearing the end of this one for a while.
You'd think I was already snorkeling in it or something. So the idea is to seal the Great Spirit inside the Renaissance Alma using the Sovereign and Maiden's power. But just how do we do that exactly?
I'm guessing it won't be as easy as holding a spirit channeling ceremony at our leisure.
I already had wielded astral energy once 3 centuries ago. As for suppressing her thorns, Shion's had a lifetime's experience. The problem isn't just our enemy's strength, it's that it's sentient too. And you can bet anything you like it's not going to just sit back and let us destroy it.
In other words, we need to find some way to weaken it in advance. The Great Spirit, that is.
Back when Shion's thorns flew out of control, we were able to deal with them directly. If this is their host, they should be even more corporeal here.
If that's the case, it should make them easier to attack at least. And if we can manage to divert enough energy away from the spirit's core, even temporarily,
We might just be able to weaken it enough to steal the Renis Alma, which we can then use to seal it away forever. It won't be easy, but it's our only shot. Time to buckle up. Question for you. Let's say, knock on wood, everything turns out for the best.
What'll the world be like? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, I mean, at the end of this, do you really think everything will be that different?
A lot will have to change, that's for sure. The world will have to adjust to so much. My only worry is if those changes turn out to be merely skin deep.
what do you mean?
It's well and good putting an end to Renin rule. But if it just turns the tables, it's all for naught.
That's true. Just as bad if the Dahnans started pressing their own.
Renins, Dahnans, astral art users, mages. The world is full of labels used to divide and separate people.
If only we could see differences like that for what they are. No different to someone having a musical talent or being good with their hands. Not differences so much as characteristics.
It will take someone in power to set an example. But with time, people will follow. And then, perhaps one day,
There will no longer be any need for the example. It will have become second nature.
That's where we come in. We can set the example. Imagine it. A world where magic and astral arts are used to help people. Where that's the norm rather than the exception.
Yeah, you're right, Rinwell. Why wait for somebody else? We can show them ourselves.
I wonder what Helganquil civilization was like at its zenith.
I can imagine that'd be something you'd take an interest in.
There's no question it must have been advanced, like none either world has ever seen. We could surely stand to learn a thing or two from such a people.
I get that you're itching to delve into its history, but we've got bigger fish to fry right now.
Put a pin in it, and you can do all the research you want when you retire.
I can think of worse things than a retirement dedicated to research. As for whether Rena is amenable to an aging specimen,
It's a little early to be giving it serious thought just yet.
a man can dream, though. A man can dream.
Oh, we didn't say there's anything wrong with dreaming.
In your case, Dohalim, dreams have a habit of spiraling into something else.
You'll need to stay with us for now, though. You're too helpful to let retire.
Why do I feel this is less of a compliment and more of an ultimatum?
Just a friendly suggestion.
Looks like we've warped into that pit of astral energy.
Hey! Hey, I just realized something!
Is this about dinner last night? I didn't realize those ingredients were off.
What? No! I mean, wait, you fed us rotten food?
Rinwell, the point.
Oh, yeah, right. So I was thinking about those armored soldiers we've seen. There are regular Renins inside them, right?
Yeah, they're designed to make whoever's wearing them stronger. At least, I think that's the idea.
Right. So it kind of begs the question then, why are they made so huge?
I don't know, makes them more intimidating, I guess? Or maybe all that tech wizardry inside takes up a lot of space.
You don't think it's weird how the armored soldiers are the exact same height as the Helganquil?
Can't say I'd ever noticed it till now. And?
Connect the dots, Law!
Okay, let me get this straight. You think the armored suits might have originally been designed to allow Renans to work alongside the Helganquil?
Huh. But if that's true, what would that mean?
It would mean... just that, I guess. But still, don't you think it's kind of interesting?
Not hugely. Hey, Kisara, well, I've got you. What's on tonight's menu? Because I was thinking maybe meat.
Get him, Hoodle.
What did I do?
Oh, now you want to listen. Keep pecking, Hoodle.
Ow! Seriously, what the hell? You know, guys, when you think about it, we've taken out a lot of Zeugles. Like, a whole lot.
You can say that again. If one thing's for certain in this world, it's that wherever we go, we'll always end up bumping into them.
Isn't it weird that they're still so plentiful? You don't think the Renans have, like, a ranch where they breed them, do you?
Certainly in all of my years, I've never heard of them constructing such a massive facility on Dahna, let alone up in Lenegis.
The only thing I can think of, then, is that the feral ones must be reproducing on their own.
There's also no organized effort on our part to hunt them down, so it's difficult to fully exterminate them.
Exterminate them? Whoa, don't you think that's maybe a little harsh?
What do you mean?
Zeugles originally used to be living creatures native to Dahna and Rena, right? Being genetically modified isn't their fault.
You're right. Zeugles were only created because of us Renans. We altered the original creatures to suit our own ends.
First, people made Zeugles, and then we let them go. And now we're trying to kill them because they're a threat. They really have only seen the very worst, huh?
I hope we find a way to be able to live side by side with them one day.
It's a nice thought, but they attack towns and cities. What else are we supposed to do?
Aside from the strays that have gone wild, it's worth remembering that Renans are able to keep them somewhat under control.
If we had distinct territories that didn't overlap, that might reduce the danger they pose.
Well, I guess when you look at it that way, maybe people and Zeugles aren't so different after all.
Helganquil!
Guess they don't need their Red Woman disguises anymore.
Wait, can you understand us?
It's no use. We're not going to get through to them.
So they really are being controlled. In that case, we've got no choice.
I knew there was something off here!
They're not pulling punches. We have no choice but to beat them at their own game.
Here I come!
You got something action!
Here I come!
Burning!
You're on!
Glacial spear! Here's evil! Sleep now!
Double Demon Fang! Rising Cat! Double Demon Fang!
Glacial spear! Here's evil!
Leave the charge to me!
Lightning!
I'll stop your movement!
And I'll stop your life!
Take it! Go! One more! Leave the enemy's arc to me!
No complaints here! These fists have got your name on them!
Severing Wind!
Let me help! Supernova! First aid!
Okay, here I come!
Crush!
Look sharp!
Lightning Tiger Blade! See that?
That training's paying off!
Take this!
Rising Wyvern!
I'll crush you! Lightning Reflexes! Tenebrous Claw!
Do it! Get toasty!
Bird Strike!
Alphen,
I can't forgive them for what they've done, but I hate killing them. They don't even know why they're fighting. How does that even make them any different from the Dahnan slaves?
Perhaps. However, if we don't make a choice, the guilt of not doing anything will be that much worse.
Yeah, I know. I hate for it to be like this. But if it happens again, you won't find me hesitating to act.
I wonder if we're going to get attacked again.
If we lose heart now, this whole mission is over. We have to stay the course.
Is this a dead end?
It appears this whole room functions as an elevator. That apparatus there is likely what's used to control it.
What the? Where did they come from?
Less worry, more action. Concentrate.
These things really get on my nerves.
This'll
come in handy.
Damn it! He got fired!
I've got this. Let a marksman handle it.
Bullseye, Sion! Bring the home stretch!
The enemy's incoming, or you'll get hit.
Oops, and we'll take them down! Ready to go!
Into the fly. Magic is
Demons descend! Flashing bang! Easy!
Way to go.
This one's all mine!
Let's give it a whirl.
Easter! Take this! Eat this! Severing wing! More!
Confiscated.
More Stukles?
Keep calm and take them
In a
down.
bind?
Now.
Rising Wyvern! Don't Hey! Blow them away!
More incoming.
Rising Wyvern!
I'll fit each
You're
shot.
on!
I never miss.
Inferno Punch!
Tidal
You
wave.
shouldn't have messed with me!
Dance in the wind.
You're mine! My turn! You're mine! You're on!
The rock eats
Double
dirt. This one's mine. Immortal
I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw! More?
By the power of
Severing wind! Smash you! Eat this! You picked the wrong spot! This! Do it! More? Double demon fang!
Primed and ready.
You're
Now.
on! You're mine! Demons descend! Flashing bang!
All gone. There's made one.
Nothing gets by me.
Security.
Where are you going?
Win! Now I'm in this loop! You're on! Rising one! It's on! Do it! You're out! Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade! See that? That training's paying off!
Security.
on!
Shine.
Not today!
Maelstrom.
Eagle Fly! You're on! Rising! Take this!
Now. Flame.
All in order. First strike! Watch this!
Evil.
You're on!
Freeze blade.
Double Demon Fang!
Here
Swallow
goes.
dance! Here I come!
Dance
I'm
in the
not
road.
done!
Take it.
You're
Sweep
on!
now. Warp is
You're
on.
on! Take! Blow them away!
Am I on a roll or what?
Well,
Even in such a harsh environment as this, there are still creatures here?
You think they're native?
I thought there'd be more dirt and rocks and stuff underneath the hollowed ocean, but it's all artificial.
I would imagine they're remnants left behind by the Helganquil, seeing as there's little actual land remaining.
It's incredible. Do you think it stretches all the way down to the center of the planet?
Hey, these guys built Lenegis, remember? They probably did this in a weekend.
If they had the power to create things like this, did they really only use those immense capabilities to serve the Great Spirit? Or rather, was that the only use the Great Spirit let them use their capabilities for? We haven't seen anyone here except Helganquil. Looks like this place really is their home planet.
The true citizens of Rena. What a shame that they have become nothing more than puppets to the Great Spirit. To think of the promise their accomplishments once held. They had the potential to be great indeed.
Do you think we could have got along with them? You know, if we had met under different circumstances. Like
Like all of us, you mean? I suppose it's difficult to say for sure. We don't even know if they would see us as being on an equal level with them or not.
I think we may have had the chance once, before the Renin Great Spirit came along and changed everything.
You and Alphen both share an optimism. A strong willingness to believe in hope.
Do you think that's foolish?
On the contrary, I should like to take a leaf from your book myself. In tragedy's aftermath, hope is all we have.
I wonder how the Renins avoided being mind-controlled like the Helganquil. Do you think it might have something to do with the fact that they were originally Dahnans?
I'd say it's likely, which is pretty ironic when you think about it.
Ironic?
The Renins have committed grave injustices against the Dahnans. But it was all of their own volition, not because they were being controlled. Now, it turns out they themselves were once Dahnans too.
Which must mean that the root of their evil isn't the Great Spirit, but something inherent in all of us. Our free will.
Now hang on, though. It was that same free will that allowed Xion and Dohalim to choose to fight alongside us. Without it, we wouldn't have been able to beat hatred and forge all those connections we've made. Free will is what saved us, right?
Law's entirely right. In any case, it certainly can't hurt to look on the bright side every now and then.
Yeah. Where there's hope, there's a way.
What'd he say?
He said, without a doubt.
You think that pit stretches all the way to Rena's core?
If that's true, and if we go down, we should find the Great Spirit at the bottom.
We could get there even faster if we simply jump down instead.
Hi, Hoodle!
I'm surrounded! Now you see what I can do!
A chain between heaven and earth. Here's evil! A wailing wind stay on the ground. That'll bring you down.
Pesky airborne scoundrels!
Sounds like a job for yours truly.
Do it! Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade! See that?
That
training paying off.
By the power sleep now. This one's mine. This will come in handy.
Win! Do it! Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade!
Lady Fortune must truly be watching over me.
Little help.
Ignite! Severing wind!
You got that? Flame of fury! The chain between heaven and earth. These ones pull our strings around us.
You're on! Watch this!
Where are you going?
Do it!
Dance in the wind! Law, get toasty!
Bird strike!
Right, next one.
Rising Wyvern! Already on it! Glimmer! I'm on a roll now!
Raging storm!
Ready and here!
Prepare to be seized, though fleet of foot. Actually, perhaps sound is more appropriate.
Less talking, more doing. A wailing wind here now!
Dohalim! Zag! Blow them away!
All disasters made one. Don't mind if I do. Sweet dreams. You fight better at a distance. The further away, the better. You and I both. Burning? Well, looky here.
choice! Win! Eater!
Stars of light, rain down in pure gold!
Mirage! Inferno punch! Double demon fang!
2 heads?
No escape!
That's not even fair!
You're mine!
The waters of creation!
Leave the ensnaring to me.
Yeah!
And everyone to me! Nothing gets by me! Blazing flame!
By the power of water!
Severing wind! Mirage! You're mine!
Far enough!
Holy
Wind!
Free closer!
Take this!
Outstanding form! I'm ready!
I owe you one.
Where are you going?
Come and get it!
I'll be saving this one!
Burn in hell!
Let me show you what my heart is!
Watch this!
Our guys are coming through!
Severing wind!
Eagle assault!
Here I go! Mirage!
Watch this! In a vine? Let's tear 'em up!
Come one, come all!
Thunder field!
Rising water!
Astral energy! By the power of
Mirage!
Shouldn't have messed with me!
without a trace!
Who's right?
Hear me! Flame
Eat
of spirit! Lightning orb!
Here I
Go
come!
high! Illuminate the dark! Come forward!
I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw! Super swallow dance!
Not today!
I'm just getting started!
Thunder field!
Mirage!
By the power of waterfall! Do it!
Look sharp!
Lightning tiger blade! See that?
That training's paying off!
I'm on it! Now you see what I can do!
Wind!
Am I on a roll or what?
Well, look who's in a bright and shiny mood.
This might be some decent equipment.
Anything that makes battles easier is okay by me.
Guess I misread the landing.
I won't forgive you!
Severing wind!
Far enough!
Take that! Flame! By the power of flame! In here!
No further!
I think I'll pass on the handcuffs. Hold on to your arms. Here I come!
Hurricane!
Your dreams.
I never miss!
I'm just getting started!
Eater!
I'm going to need to use all the
Rising
power of my
water!
healing
Dance
arts
in the
to
wind!
accomplish this.
Take this!
In here!
Mirage!
Resurrection!
Hurricane!
Severing wind!
By the power of water! Finish without a trace!
Rising Wyvern! Mirage! Wind!
Hurricane!
This one keeps charging us!
That's what my shield's for. Get behind me.
Got it! I'll leave it to you! Rising Wyvern!
Watch this! Take this! Swallow
Here I
this!
come!
You all cut away.
Mirage! No, it's...
Raging flame!
Mirage!
Swallow this!
Try harder! My turn!
Far enough!
Here I come!
I'm going to need to
The
use all
flame
the
and
power of my
stop!
healing
Failure.
arts.
Try harder! Eater! Severing wind! Mirage! You're mine! Severing wind!
Here
Severing wind! Double demon fang!
Get toasty!
Bird strike!
Together, that wasn't even a problem. These structures don't look like anything built by the Renans. Or even what we saw in the Forbidden Zone.
Perhaps this is the true architectural style of the Helganquil. Or perhaps the opposite, given their situation.
You mean like how some places favor building stuff with stone?
Little help! Dance in the wind!
Armor won't save you!
Here's evil! Confiscated! Illuminate the dark! Holy flame! Holy wind! A chain between heaven and earth!
Away! Take! Blow them away!
All disaster! Come forth and heal us the fury! Gemini Alpha!
As impressive as always.
Burning now!
No, I mean, you're even better than ever.
I've been doing really great lately.
those thorns.
I'm not letting them get in our way!
I found some equipment.
Let me take a look at it. No choice. Severing wind! You picked the wrong fight! Severing wind! You're on! Wind! It can hide itself? Amazing!
Amazing.
Can't get out of this! Severing wind!
Super swallow! Ready and ready!
Take this!
I'll smash you! Annihilation!
Wind!
Super swallow again!
You're on! Severing wind! The flame inside me yearns to be let free!
I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw! Super swallow dash!
Severing wind! Take this!
Inferno punch!
I'll fix you up.
Magic
I'll stop its charge. Thanks, Kisara.
I'm ready!
Double demon
This
fang!
one's mine.
Take this!
Not in your dreams!
I'll run you through!
Gemini Aqua! My
No
astral
further.
energy! It looks like you got this one covered! Here's evil!
Here I come!
Dragon!
You're mine!
Do it! The enemy is...
Look sharp!
Lightning Tiger Blade!
Seems about right to me.
Gotta break
Anything in
through!
armor is all mine!
Damn it! Try harder! Severing wind! Mirage!
Watch it!
Severing wind! Mirage! I'm not done! You're mine! Mirage! Look sharp!
Lightning Tiger Blade! See that?
That training's paying off!
I'm on a roll now!
Am I on a roll or what?
Well, look who's in a bright and shiny mood.
This looks nice and tough.
An opponent like this should be easy.
The waters have cleared!
Eat this!
Dance!
Severing wind!
Prepare to be dead! I'll finish you here now!
Amazing.
Armor won't save you! Now I'm real mad!
Rising Wyvern!
If it's in the sky, it's illuminate the dark! Come forth!
Blow away!
Not in your dreams!
I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw! Swallow dance!
Wind!
Take
Take
off!
Burn it out!
Lightning condense! Searing flame!
Reload!
By the power of
Try harder! My turn! Severing wind!
There you go!
Don't leave!
Take!
Blow them away!
My fists are crushing it out there!
That's no ordinary enemy I see over there.
Hey, what do you say we fight that shining enemy?
I've got a really bad feeling about this! Searing flame! Reload! Far beyond the darkest
Severing
sky!
wind!
I call upon
That
you!
fucking is driving me mad!
Mega ray!
Take this!
Annihilation!
Got fire!
I've got this! Let a marksman handle it!
All yours!
Do it!
Look sharp!
Lightning tiger blade! See that?
That training's paying off!
All disasters name one! By the power of
Severing wind!
What's this?
Wind! This one's all mine!
Burn it on!
Get toasty!
Bird strike!
Am I on a roll or what?
Well, look who's in a bright and shiny mood.
This'll make us even more formidable.
Hi, Hoodle!
Severing You picked the wrong fight!
Lightning orb! Glacial system's mine!
Just getting started! Hey, you okay?
I can still do this!
Lightning! Lightning spear! Pierce evil!
Mirage!
What's
Here I
this?
come!
Freeze lantern!
Rising Wyvern!
I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw!
I'll fix you up! Lightning orb!
Rising Wyvern!
Illuminate the
Prepare to be sealed or lose your foot. Actually, that sounds more appropriate.
Less talking, more doing. Not on my watch! Arcane waterfall!
Severing wind! Take this! Escape!
I can carve through them!
Raymond's knife is yours to be let free!
First strike!
Severing wind! Mirage!
Here's a healing charge!
Okay, here I go!
Wind! Mega ray! Chain between heaven and earth! A wailing
No further! I'm on a roll
Here, let me
now!
help!
Take this!
Burn In here!
Leave the charges to me!
This'll come in handy.
Glacial
Raging
Steel!
Here's evil!
Watch this!
Oh, now it's talking! Prepare to be sealed!
Now!
Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade!
I wonder if we can make new weapons. Who's with this?
Right, here goes! I'll smash you!
Photon,
I'll
bring you down.
Burn! Eat it!
As if the normal creepy crawlies aren't disgusting
Dance,
enough.
Denied!
Pesky airborne scoundrels!
Sounds like a job for you around here!
No further!
Here I come!
What's this?
If it's in the sky, it's mine!
Try
This
harder!
one's mine! Raging cascade!
Burn! You should have messed with me! Win! Take this! Mirage! Win! I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw! Dragon shout! Here I come! Rip and tear! Demon fang! All systems come to an end. I'll run you through!
A charge like that could easily be fatal.
Just as well, I'm here to stop.
I'll smash you! I'm just getting started! Severing wind! Swallow dance! Rising wyvern! Roll now! Wind!
I never miss! Dance in the wind!
Inferno! Rising wyvern!
Let's tear it up!
Lightning!
No further!
Downfall!
Take this!
Eat that! Lightning!
Take this!
You see what happened there as you crossed? Shouldn't have done that.
Double demon fang!
In here!
Rising wyvern!
I'll stop your movement!
And I'll stop your life!
By the power
Swallow dance! Rising...
I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw!
Okay.
Another one down! Do it! Get toasty!
Burn strike!
I've been doing really great lately. Let's dispose of the trash.
Come and face me! Eastern! Hurricane!
I
can carve through wind!
Mega ray! Don't mind if I do! Careful! It has no way to camouflage! Mega ray!
Rip and tear!
Annihilation!
You're mine!
Dance in the wind! In here!
Inferno punch!
I'll be saving
Take
this
this.
one! Here I go! One
Take
more!
this!
Mega ray!
Rising light!
I'm on it!
You're out! Hurricane! Try harder! Here I come! First strike! Eastern! First strike!
Here, let me help!
Severing wind! Here I come! Super swallow dance!
Nothing can divide me!
Seal! Rise and shine! Let's get you on!
I'll stop its charge!
Thanks, Isara!
Severing wind! Death blossom! Mirage! You're mine! This is bad, right?
Yes, Alvin! Very bad!
I can carve through armor!
Try harder!
Chinese super raging cascade! Hear me! In here! These enemies aren't to me!
Here I come! No complaints here! Fantastic! Great! A beast! Demons descend! Flashing fang! Easy!
Way to go!
There you are!
Healing circle! Destroy it!
I'm sorry to
Do
get
it!
lost.
Get toasty!
Bird strike!
Easy.
A breeze!
An easy breeze. What do you think this place was for?
What the hell? Are they asleep?
No, they appear to be well preserved. However, they are all dead.
Dead? So this is a mass grave?
Looks that way. However, none of them appear to be Helganquil.
Bear in mind that Renans were originally Dahnans, who were remade and sent to live on Lenegis. Knowing that, they would have needed a place to perform the procedures somewhere.
And that place is here, I assume.
So what you're saying is that all of these are Dahnan, or rather, Renan bodies?
Most likely, yes. It must have been abandoned for one reason or another.
There are so many of them. They were all taken away, but never given the chance to wake.
What is that thing?
Something we have to fight if we want to get across, it seems.
Be careful! It's huge!
What is with all the huge lumbering beasts lately?
It's no ordinary zoo. That much is damn sure.
Watch yourselves. All bets are off when it comes to this thing. Here I come!
Is it in the sky?
You're mine! Denied!
I'm not
Sweet now.
That freaking does it!
You're on!
Where are you going?
I'm not done!
Blazing flame!
Rising Wyvern! You're mine!
Ready and ready!
Double Demon Fang!
I'll smash you! Watch this!
Far beyond
Its head is the weak point? We'll need to bring it down somehow to hit it.
In that case, let's start with the one in the middle.
Double Demon Fang!
Prepare to be seized!
Thanks for the healing. Watch yourself, okay? Yeah, you too.
Come on, a roll, man!
I'm not done!
A chain between heaven and earth.
Can't get out of this!
Away!
Rising Wyvern! You're up! Covering wind!
Super solo dance!
You're on!
Talon sword!
Strike!
Oh, violent hurricane!
Rising Wyvern!
Come
You're on!
Leave the charges to me!
Rising Wyvern! You're on!
Away, Banshee of Lightning!
Now you see what I can do!
You're mine!
Not
Not today! Rising Wyvern!
Here's the evil!
Strike!
Prepare to be seized! Can't get out of this!
Crumble!
Take this! Here I
You shouldn't have messed with me!
Banshee of Lightning!
Watch this!
Covering wind!
Do it!
Finish without a trace!
Goodwill! Demons descend! Flashing fang!
Lunar corruption!
Blazing flame!
Where are you going?
You're on!
Swallow dance! Far enough! Death
Into
blast!
the center shield!
You're on!
Mega ray!
Super Swallow Dance! Talon Hurricane! Coming through! Inferno Punch! Rising Weapon! Blossom! No escape! It's on!
Swirl's Light! Finish without a flame!
Be sealed!
Sweet Power! Magna Ray!
Ignite!
They're not playing around!
Here I come!
Nail Strike! One more time!
Now you see what I can do! Rising Weapon! Rising Weapon! Can't get out of this! Thankful Arrow! Divine! Creation! Severing Wind! Nightfall lashes! Mirage! Double Demon Fang! Crumble!
Here's a... Healing Arc! Guess what the doctor
There you go!
Nothing gets by me! Heal Force! Super Swallow Dance! Never
Inside me
miss!
yearns to be let free! I hope this thing is mentally approved!
Water Pass!
Now I'm in the Severing
In
Wind!
here!
You're mine!
Let's get you
No
all
escape!
Almost there!
Or close enough. Take it away, Law.
It's about to strike!
Never asked. Look sharp, everyone!
I'll smash you! Arc Steel! Steel Force!
Severing Wind! Take this!
Resurrection! Raging Cascade! Don't mind if I do!
It's too much!
Healing!
Victor to it!
I'll cover you! I owe you, Xion.
Healing is what my art do best.
All mine can do is cause havoc and destruction.
This is coming in!
That frickin' does it!
The enemy is going all out!
To be let free! I'll run you through! Take this! Burn it out! Wind! Talon Hurricane! Mirage! Severing no further! Mirage!
Sleep
Where
now.
are you going?
Take this! On it! It's go time! Now you see what I can... I'll finish
Here's
you
a
here
healing
and now!
Do it!
Eat this! Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade!
The hell was that thing?
Probably something that was made here and somehow managed to survive, even after all this time. Not that there's any way of knowing now.
What's wrong?
Oh, I just suddenly found myself contemplating what might have happened to the sovereigns that were meant to emerge from the crowned contests.
What do you mean?
You see, the winners of the past crown contests were all strong astral arts practitioners. Furthermore, that enemy we just fought appeared to be composed of several human bodies. It was certainly nothing one would find in nature.
You're saying those were the remains of the winners? That they forgot who they once were?
I'm merely saying it's a possibility.
That's absolutely gruesome. How long had the Helganquil been at this?
It was Rena's great spirit that made them do all of this. Anything to get its astral energy.
We're not gonna jump down, right?
I certainly hope not.
After hearing Doluim's suggest... So, looks like the Helganquil have been engineering Zeugles too. Why doesn't that surprise me at this point?
The creatures we've been encountering here have been a little different to what we're used to fighting, but I'm pretty sure they're Zeugles too.
Do you think they were engineered using creatures native to the area?
Indeed. However, based on the current circumstances, I would guess these Zeugles are all that's left of the planet's fauna now.
You mean, there might have been native owl species here once upon a time too?
We're back in that other room? Did the teleporter fail or something?
Something feels off about it.
Look! Everything's upside down!
The furnishings are, at least. No, you're right. The whole room's flipped on its head.
So what was once down is now up, and vice versa. I suppose the teleporter reversed our orientation then.
I guess this is the flip side of that pathway we were walking on just a little while ago.
This is crazy. Who knew such amazing technology existed?
Everything's topsy-turvy! And that's all you can think about?
Bear in mind, the core of Rena now...
It'll be a breeze. Get in, get out! Super swallow! That's where you go!
The waters of creation.
Sibling win!
Dance! This is gonna need elements together! Here goes! Confiscated! Go for the weak point!
You're mine! This one's yours!
Here's evil!
Burn in hell! Severing wing!
I'm on a roll now!
Lunar corruption!
In a bind, it's pinned down. Shattering pieces! Attack time!
Radiant look here!
You're mine! Win!
Lightning orb! Annihilate!
Shouldn't have messed with me!
Magic is amped!
I'm on it!
Top speed!
Talon Hurricane! I'll smash you!
By the power of flame! Maybe this one! Without a trace!
I'm on it!
Severing wing!
Far enough! Dragon
You're
Jet!
up!
I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw!
Crumble! Take this!
Talon sword! Let the Rohan handle this! One at a time! This one's mine! I'll stop its charge! Thanks, Kisara!
Rising Wyvern! Mirage!
Change it to
Eat this! Severing wing!
Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade!
This should come in handy when crafting weapons.
What are those? They look like Shion's thorns, and with flowers too.
Not real ones, though. They're just like that flower growing out of Rena.
We must be getting close to the Great Spirit now.
Hey, Rinwell, what was that thing you said about how a little bit of Dahna's Great Spirit is inside all of us?
Right. That's why Dahna's Great Spirit is so much more diluted. Weak, even. Whether it was a choice so it didn't overpower others, or just the way it is anyone's guess.
If that's true, then wouldn't it mean Dahna's will could never form under natural conditions?
Yeah, sounds like that's probably the case.
So if Dahna exists within all of us, then what if something occurred that brought everyone's hearts and minds together as one? That unity could potentially act as Dahna's will.
You mean if everybody was, like, thinking the exact same thing at the exact same time? Come on, there's no way we could pull that off.
I know it's a long shot, but it might work.
Let's assume that's even possible for a second. Would it even be enough to fight back against Rena's Great Spirit?
If nothing else, it might be an option if we can't use the Renasalma.
Things are different here than on the surface.
So here's a question. We came all this way to Rena on the assumption the Renasalma's here, right?
Don't say it, Law.
Yeah, but I'm just saying...
I said don't.
I can understand why you might be concerned, Law. But you need to remember that there are people it affects more directly than you.
Oh, sorry.
We've managed to make it this far believing. Losing faith now won't do us any good. We're better off focusing our anxiety elsewhere.
Such as?
The Great Spirit. If Hevrecht 35's to be believed, our enemy won't just be handing over the Renis Alma to us. At least, not without a fight.
Not only that, but that same enemy just gulped down more than an entire world's worth of astral energy.
Point taken. It may be strange to say, but when I'm fighting, or at least know what needs to be done, it helps me a lot. I don't doubt myself as much. So thanks, both of you. The floor's on the ceiling and the ceiling's on the floor. This whole thing's making my head spin. Why would they even do something like this?
The Helganquil can bend life forms to suit their will. Nothing they could do at this point would surprise me.
The ceiling is on the floor. That doesn't weird you out?
What good is a team made up of members who all share the same opinions on everything? And besides, when you get to be at my ripe old age, one begins to consider it quite uncouth to show one's true emotions at times.
Oh, come on, Grandpa. You can't be that old.
The sands of time wait for none of us, lad.
Yeah, we'll see. Though at this rate, I guess I'll have to live long enough to get as old as you first, huh?
You will. And when the time comes, I look forward to hearing you change your tune on the matter.
It'll be a breeze. Get in, get out.
No further.
I'm like bait to them.
Be careful, everyone. This one isn't normal. Rising Wyvern! We got flyers.
I've got this. Let him mark my
Rising
hand.
Wyvern! All yours.
Leave the enemy's art to me.
No, look sharp.
Lightning Tiger Blade. See that?
That training's paying off.
Shattering beat.
Here I come.
Attack time.
Swallow dead.
Flame inside me.
Everywhere. Demons descend. Flashing fang.
Am I on a roll or what?
Well, look who's in a bright and shiny mood.
What's with that shining fur over there?
We got some good equipment.
I can't say its appearance is to my tastes, personally.
Be a breeze. Get in, get out.
Ignite!
Can't
get out of this!
It'll body slam us into next week!
Rising Wyvern!
Pesky airborne scoundrel.
Sounds like a job for you truly! This one's mine!
Try harder!
Not in your dreams!
You picked the wrong fight!
Lunar Breath! Raging Cascade! Annihilation!
Wind!
Searing flame!
Rising Wyvern! Try harder!
One at a time!
Now I'm real mad!
My turn!
Shattering the
Attack time!
Illuminate the dark!
Eat this!
I'll run you through! Demon Fest!
I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw!
First strike! Take this!
Blazing
Wind!
The enemy wields arc too.
We'll soon see about that!
Burn! Severing Wing! Mirage!
Ready to go!
No escape!
A charge like that could easily be fatal.
Just as well, I'm here to stop it! Denied! Healing circle! Thanks for the healing. Watch yourself, okay? Yeah!
In a
You
bind?
too!
Now I'm real mad!
Thanks so much! Not in your dreams!
Try harder!
Wind energy! This one's mine! Dance in the wind! Air thrust! Here comes!
I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw!
Lightning orbs! The waters of creation! The enemy is going all out!
I'm sorry to be a bother.
We've all got enough on it.
Yes, ma'am.
Air thrust! The waters of creation!
Severing Wing!
Dance immortal droplets!
Mirage!
Getting stuck.
Tidal wave! Magic attack! Air thrust! Get toasty!
Bird strike!
Right, next one!
Already on!
I wish I could throw like you, Law. You wish to learn my secrets, young Elfin? Please, teach me the art of defense.
You aren't Grandmaster Sorry for that.
Glacial spear! Here you go! Don't let up! Do it!
Demons descend! Flashing fang!
Hey! Poodle's quivering! I think we're about to be real lucky!
The design of this equipment is really interesting.
You must really like it, Alphin. Little help!
Take this!
Come one, come all!
Not on my watch!
Mirage!
Anything in armor is all mine!
Your wings won't save you from me!
Double Demon
By
Fang!
the power of
Severing
wind!
Wing!
Vanish without guard!
We got flyers!
I've got this! Let a marksman handle it!
Wind! All yours!
I'm ready!
I'm
Mirage!
just getting started!
Do it!
I wish I could throw them more.
Enemies incoming! This one's mine!
Then we'll take them down!
Rising Wyvern!
Tidal wave!
Mirage! Severing Wing!
This has got your name on it!
By the power of flame!
Demons descend! Flashing fang!
Easy! Way to go!
Drive!
Into the shadows! Free!
to me!
Denied! Now!
Look sharp!
Lightning Tiger Blade!
There!
More sucrose?
Keep calm and take them down!
My turn! Mirage!
Mega ray!
This one's all mine!
Gemini Aqua! Vanish without a trace!
Burn!
Super swallow game!
Severing Wing! Look sharp!
Lightning Tiger Blade!
Reinforcements?
Anything in armor is all mine!
I
don't know what I'd do without you.
Hold on to your art.
Perhaps
Here
now
I
isn't
how?
the time.
Let me take the
Really
rest of them!
don't.
Wow, someone's feeling lively. Radiant, look here!
Oh,
Glacial spear!
Rising Wyvern!
Between heaven and earth.
Now I'm in the groove!
Now! Don't leave! Hey! Blow them away! More? One more!
I owe you, Xion.
Healing is what my arts do best.
All mine can do is cause havoc in your friend.
Hey! Blow them away!
Here's a healing arm.
Rising Wiper! Burn it hell!
You can't lay a finger on more.
Do it!
Mirage!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished.
There you go, Elsa.
It's time to end this battle.
I'm right beside you.
Rising Wiper!
An astral beast?
That's my cue.
Shut him down.
Severing Wind! More?
Your astral arts are truly incredible.
Every little bit helps, right?
Indeed it does. I'll keep pushing to be better as well.
Get toasty!
Bird Strike!
Dance in the wind!
Now!
By the power
Take it! We did it!
As impressive as always.
Armor won't save you!
No, I mean you're even better than ever.
I've never seen Xion actually look busted.
Here's the evil! Swallow Dance!
You see what happened there is you crossed me. You shouldn't have done that.
A chain between heaven and earth.
Swallow Dance!
A wailing
You're
energy
mine!
of lightning. Resurrect!
To stop you dying?
Right.
I think I'm getting stronger.
The Zoogles here are putting up a real fight.
That just goes to show how important this place is.
Or perhaps they simply thrived freely here under such harsh conditions.
I don't give a damn why they're here. We'll burn it all to the ground.
The astral energy here is so dense. It's like trying to walk through water.
I know the Great Spirit's will is in the center of Rena, but with the world in this state, the entire planet has become its body, right? So doesn't that mean we're already inside it?
I would say that is horrifyingly correct. After all, the further we climb, the denser the astral energy becomes.
What's the matter, Rinwell? Are you not feeling all right?
No, it's nothing like that. It just feels like the energy here is a little more intense than it was before.
You mean Rena's energy?
Yeah. It's like when I made contact with Dahna's will in the wedge. It's almost as though I can understand what Rena's will is thinking.
But Rena's will is supposed to be a lot stronger. Aren't we risking the Great Spirit controlling us if we interact with it directly?
I don't think we have to worry about that. Rena's will is only supposed to control true Renans, like the Helganquil. If we can discern what the Great Spirit is thinking too, we might learn something, a weakness. But just to be safe, let me contact it alone.
Are you insane? Rinwell, you're gonna...
Rinwell!
There was only meant to be one world. And your goal is to make them one. Is this fear? What just happened?
Are you all right? Rinwell? Rinwell, are you okay?
No, I'm fine. I think.
What were you thinking? You could have gotten yourself killed!
He's right. You had us all terrified, Rinwell.
I'm sorry. I really am. But I know now. I know how the Great Spirit thinks. I know what it wants. How it feels. Rena's Great Spirit wants to complete the world.
What's that supposed to mean? Are you saying it's trying to make something?
Yes, exactly. Originally, Dahna and Rena were meant to be one world. But that never happened. They've stayed separated, and the Great Spirit wants to finish the process.
What do you mean, one world? How is that even possible?
I don't know, but its will is clear. That's what the Great Spirit is trying to accomplish. The only problem is that since Rena's energy isn't evenly spread like Dahna's, it seems like it'll vanish before that happens naturally.
So it's trying to absorb Dahna while it still can, so that it can force the two planets to unite. Is that what you're saying?
The Great Spirit is scared. But it's not scared the way a rational person would be. It's more raw and undiluted, like just pure fear.
Like an animal, acting out of instinct. Although admittedly, an animal would be easier to communicate with. At the very least, I have my doubts that it recognizes us as sentient beings with a reason for coming here. Earth, water, fire, and wind energy exist in both worlds, but only darkness and light can be found within Rena and Dahna, respectively. The Renis Alma, as far as we know, the only host capable of harvesting the astral energy, is composed of all six. Knowing all that, Rinwell's findings do sound plausible.
That sounds a lot like Shion's thorns, doesn't it? The whole reason the Great Spirit is trying to unite Dahna and Rena into one world is in order to save itself. And if her thorns are part of the Great Spirit, then they must also be trying to save themselves?
Alphen, what is it?
We thought the only way to free your thorns was for you to die. Yet despite that, they seem to be doing everything in their power to stop that from happening to you. Something wasn't adding up. But then I just realized something. If the Great Spirit doesn't want to die, then neither would your thorns. Those same emotions, that fear, that determination, and its energy must have been the same thing that was keeping you alive. You were its vessel.
In that case, is that why her thorns caused so much pain to anyone who touched her? Because they were trying to protect themselves?
If that's all true, then... well, it's more than a little ironic.
The Great Spirit merely expresses its desires. I imagine it was the Helganquil who were likely tasked with putting together and implementing an actual plan.
Xion.
I'm okay. We need to hurry and clean this mess up before it gets out of hand.
Still, even if the current state of the world is wrong, like you said, does that really make everything okay?
If the world had been whole from the start, as it should have been, there'd be no Dahna and no Rena, no masters or slaves, no lords, no crown contest, maybe just peace.
To think, all this started because of the Great Spirit's desire to keep living. The only reason it craves energy is because it's dying from starvation. When you think about it like that, maybe the things it's done aren't so strange after all.
If Rena had been more like Dahna, things would have worked out a whole lot better.
It's like Hevericht 35 told us. The Dahnan and Renan spirits are meant to be completely different beings.
Rena's energy amassing in one place led to its developing a powerful will. But that also made it crave energy, sapping Rena dry until it perished.
Whereas Dahna's energy is dispersed, meaning its will never developed to the same extent. And without that hunger, Dahna the planet was spared.
As for which is correct, well, I'm not sure it's our place to even say. Still, I can't help but think it reminds me a lot of the dichotomy of the human condition.
Dichotomy? What do you mean?
Those who know not satisfaction are driven to keep devouring without limit. But those who are content with their lot in life rarely fulfill their potential. I imagine it's likely that the larger Rena's Great Spirit grew, the more and more powerful its hunger also became.
Everything in moderation. When all's said and done, maybe that's the hardest thing for people to learn.
Throb from pain.
No further! Rising Wyvern! Mirage! Rising Wyvern!
Creatures are a real pain in the butt!
Rising Wyvern!
Holy
Mirage! Hit a word! Rising Wyvern!
Here's the evil!
You're mine! Mirage! Rising Wyvern! Mirage!
Here I go! Eat this! I never miss!
Rising Wyvern! I'll tear you apart!
Mirage!
Leave the enemy's arcs to me. No complaints here.
Take this! Trim!
Far enough.
Shouldn't have messed with me!
Thunderblade!
It's finished!
Let's do it!
Rising Wyvern!
I'm on here! Time of fury!
No further!
Burning strike! Between heaven
No
and earth!
escape! Here I come!
I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw! I'll tear you apart!
Win!
Now!
Giant!
Get toasty!
Bird strike! Must be easy to pick off the bad guys from far off.
It is. I mean, aside from adjusting for movement, wind speed, trajectory.
See? Easy.
Wherever we go on this planet, there are machines littered everywhere.
It's impressive to look at as a bystander, but I sure wouldn't want to live here with all of this around.
I know what you mean. There are no fish here. I couldn't cook any of my delicious dinners for you all if we lived here.
Clearly the worst point against it.
It's on!
Win! First strike! Take this! Double demon fat! Not today!
Lightning orbs! Raise
Now,
shadow!
in the grid!
Spread!
You're mine!
Between heaven and earth!
You're on!
Wailing dance not in your dreams!
First strike!
Mirage!
Rising flame!
Gemini auto
Win!
shield!
I'll end you!
Mirage! Rising Wyvern!
Take this!
By the power of water!
Armor won't save you!
Let the monster handle this! Lightning condensed!
finish you
That'll
here
bring
and
you
now.
down! Power score! All
Pissed off.
disasters made one! Come forth, heroes of fury!
These fists have got your name on them! Inspiration!
Time to
Mirage! Rising Wyvern!
fix you up!
Mirage! Here I come!
Here's a healing orb!
I owe you one!
I'll crush you!
Touching us!
That's what my shield's for.
Lightning
Get behind
reflexes!
me.
Tenebrous
I'll
claw!
leave it to you!
Fang blast!
Win!
Glacial spear! Here's evil!
Rising Wyvern!
Hold together! Just a little longer!
Thanks for the sympathy!
Stay together! We need to inform!
Severing wind!
Annihilation!
Do it!
Now!
Demons descend! Flashing fang! Check out these biceps! Pretty glorious, right?
Why are guys so obsessed with their muscles?
Because these puppies have yet to let me down.
Gotta break through! Severing
Here
wind!
goes! Not in your dreams!
Mirage!
Mega ray! Raging cascade! Power of water!
Rising Wyvern!
Take this!
Raging cascade! Lunar blast!
Burn!
Spread! Dance in the wind!
Severing wind!
Air thrust! Steering
Mirage!
Magic
Wind!
Kazam! Air thrust!
Mirage!
Steering
Here I
Magic!
come!
Reload!
No escape!
Hammer! Flame of fury!
I'll smash you!
Tempest!
Mirage!
Glacial
Try
spear!
harder!
Here's
Not
evil!
here!
No further!
Gotta hold it together! Do or die! If it's in the sky,
Wind!
it's mine!
I'll tear you apart!
You're my...
All good things come to an
Here,
end.
let me help! First aid!
Try
What can I do
harder.
without you?
Wind! Strike!
Shooting star! Go! Dance in the wind! Air thrust! Power to heaven and earth!
Rip it!
I'm just
This one keeps on charging us!
That's what my shield's for. Get behind me.
Got it! I'll leave it to you!
Arctic waterfall!
Ignite!
Sweep now!
Ratchet!
The earth throbs in pain.
Annihilation!
Severing wind!
Not in your dreams!
Here I come!
Glacial spear! Anything in armor is freaking does it! Come forth, a healing tree!
Wind! Take it!
It looks like you got this one covered.
Do it! Hikara, I'll stop your movement!
And I'll stop your life!
By the power of Heal Force!
No further!
I'm also...
I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw!
Severing wind!
Oh, now talk!
Eagle assault! There! House it!
Mirage!
Let the marksman handle this!
You're mine! Rising Viper!
Wind!
Rip and tear!
Mirage!
The waters have created...
Rising Viper!
Let anything in the
Immortal droplet!
Look sharp!
Lightning Tiger Blade!
Lady Fortune must truly be watching over me.
Go no further!
Come one, come all!
One more! Here!
I'll smash you!
Annihilate it! By the power of flame!
Rising Viper!
Mirage!
Mirage! Rising Viper!
I'll finish you here and again! That freaking does it!
Double Demon Fang! Here I
Swallow dance! Do it!
Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade!
See that?
That training's
Hold on
paying
to the
off!
power of flame! Here I come!
Severing wind!
Looks like it could be worth something.
Ow! Denied! There! Go! That freaking does it!
Rise
You can't get out of this! Dragon Shell!
Mirage! You picked the wrong fight!
These fists have got your name on them!
Freeze Lancer! Wind in the wind!
Crush! Mirage! Severing wind!
Take this!
This one's mine!
Take it!
I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw!
Severing wind! Mirage!
I can carve through armor!
Mega Ray! Back into the
A charge like that could easily be fatal.
Just as well, I'm here to stop it.
You're mine!
No further!
The flame inside is sure to be let free! Ignite!
I'm going to need to use
See
all
what
the
happened
power
there
of
as you
my
crossed
healing
me.
arts to
Shouldn't have done that. Watch this!
Super swallow
Eagle dodge! I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw! I'll tear you apart!
Rising Viper!
Hikara, I'll stop your movement!
And I'll stop your life!
Great!
So those thorns of Shion's, they're really a part of Rena's great spirit?
Most likely. But only a small fragment of it in the big picture. I don't sense a will of its own emanating from them.
If it's that insignificant. Is there that much point getting rid of it?
for the weak spot!
Now we're not...
I'm going to need to use all the power
Hold nothing back!
to accomplish this.
Ignite!
Illuminate the dark!
Come on!
Hold on to your heart.
You're mine!
Here I come!
Talon Storm! Double Demon Blast! Wind! Talon Hurricane! Now, while it's reeling,
Take it down!
You're
It's in the sky!
Try harder! Not this time!
Air thrust!
Double Demon Blast! Burn! I'm on it! Severing Wind! You're out!
Without a trace! Freeze Lancer!
I'm not done!
Get the wind!
It's Eagle Side!
I can carve through
Down!
them!
Together!
Raising flame! No further! Denied! These fists have got your name on them!
Rising!
Blow away!
Lightning orb! More with
Severing Wind!
Healing portal! Lightning attack! Thunder blade!
Here you go! I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw! I'm just getting started!
Severing Wind!
Goodwill! Demon's descent! Flashing fang! Easy!
Way to go!
Rising Wyvern!
Raising
You're on!
I'm
Severing Wind! You're on! Eat this!
You require a hand.
It looks like you got this one covered.
Wind!
Charge like that could easily be fatal.
Just as well, I'm here to stop you.
Can't get out of this!
You're mine! Here I come! It's over!
Lightning
You're on!
Eat dirt!
No escape!
Dance in mortal droplet!
This one's all mine! Ignite!
Leave the target to me.
Healing circle!
I owe you one!
I'm sorry for the father.
We've all got enough.
Yes, ma'am.
Severing Wind!
Dance in mortal droplet!
Watch this!
They're not playing around!
Frickin' does it!
Super Swallow Dance!
Thunder peal!
This time!
Raging cascade! Back into the fray!
Not today!
Purge malevolence!
I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw! I'm on it!
Glacial spear.
Severing Wind!
Raging cascade!
Rising Wyvern!
Flame!
You're mine! No escape!
Divine savior! Blah, blah, blah.
Severing Wind!
Goodwill! Demon's descent! Flashing fang!
Raging cascade! Lunar corruption!
I'll finish you here and now!
I'm not done!
Ready!
You're on!
First aid!
Double Demon
I need to
Blast!
pull myself together.
Raging cascade!
Here I come! Wind!
Marksman handles it. Came between
Where are
heaven
you
and earth.
going?
You're on! Wind!
Wailing Dancy of lightning!
You're
Here,
on!
let me help.
No escape!
Feel! First aid!
I really owe
I'll
you
be
one.
saving you.
Severing Wind!
I'm ready.
No more playing nice! We got
Blade
another
inside me
energy!
yearns to be let free!
Let's go!
Swallow Dance! Burn in hell!
By the the waters of creation! Dance in
What?
our dance! In here!
Here I come!
Get on in
Anything
there!
armor is all mine! Armor won't save you!
Photon blast!
Severing Wind! Look sharp!
Lightning Tiger Blade!
I need to be stronger.
Out of our way!
Rising Wyvern!
They're surrounding us! Freeze blade!
Rising Wyvern! No! It got flyers!
I've got this! Let a marksman handle it!
All yours!
Take this! A chain between heaven now! Goodwill! Demons descend! Flashing fang! Easy! Way to go!
Mirage!
Eat this!
Here I come!
Tear you apart!
Ignite!
Now I'm in the groove! The waters have
Rising
created
Wyvern!
This immortal droplet! I'll bring you down!
No escape! Mirage! Severing Wing!
Smash you! Hard marveling!
You're finished!
Waterfall! By the power of flame is the wind!
No further!
A chain between heaven and earth! Here, a whale of lightning! First
I
aid!
owe you one!
Divine savior! Mega ray!
No escape!
I'll finish you here and now!
Mirage!
I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw! Dragon shell!
Watch this! Take this! This one's all mine! You picked the wrong fight!
Wind!
Mirage!
Raising
Joy! Severing Wing!
Outstanding form!
Mirage! It's over! No escape!
Take this!
The waters of creation!
Armor won't save you!
Dance, immortal droplet! Oh, swirling hurricane! Rain down,
Okay, here I go!
Do it!
Look sharp!
Lightning tiger blade! See that?
That training's paying off!
Hold on to your art.
Severing Wing!
Dragon shell!
Blah, 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 magic!
Strike!
Holy
Double demon fang!
confiscated!
These fists have got your name on them!
Rising Wyvern!
This one's mine!
Try harder!
What's this?
Burn!
Lunar confiscated!
Take this!
Big blast!
Double demon fang!
I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw!
Raging sword! Where that came from!
Take this! Try harder!
Here comes something big!
Try to dodge!
Charge like that could easily be fatal.
Just as well, I'm here to stop.
Anything more is all mine!
Mirage! You're my...
Be careful not to overdo it.
I'm sorry.
Now!
Do better.
Shinon, get toasty!
Bird strike!
Haha! Am I on a roll or what?
Well, look who's in a bright and shiny mood.
No backing down!
Oh, by
Rising Wyvern!
between heaven and earth!
Take this!
Now it's a duel of the arts!
Come one, come all!
Rain down! Sonic!
Rising Wyvern!
Not in your dreams! Leave the enemy's arts to me!
Burn in hell!
No complaints here!
Mirage!
Hard
Here I come!
now!
Shinon!
Get toasty!
Bird strike!
Right, next one!
Take this!
Already on! Denied! It was nice while it lasted.
I never miss! Raging
Rising
cascade!
Wyvern!
Here's a healing art! The water of
Now I
creation!
can let loose!
Dance
Here I
immortal
come!
droplet!
No escape! First strike!
Thunder field!
Here I come!
Magic is
Smash
there!
you!
Try harder!
By the power of flame! Vanish without a trace!
Hollow dance!
Ignite!
What's this?
Lightning and raging cascade!
Off my focus! Take this!
First aid! There you go! Don't let up!
These fists have got your name on them!
I'm not done!
The waters of creation!
Double demon fang!
This one's mine!
Mirage!
Raging
Where are you
cascade!
going?
Double demon fang!
I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw! Swallow hit! Glitter dragon! I'm on a roll now!
I don't know what I'd do without you.
Perhaps now isn't the time?
I really don't.
All good things come to an end.
Raging storm! Here, let me help.
You picked the wrong fight! Here I come!
Red Demons descend! Flashing fang!
Easy! Way to go!
I'll finish you! I'll smash you!
Severing wind!
By the power
You're
of
on!
flame!
I'm on! Severing wind!
Whirlwind smash! I'm on a roll now!
Can't get out of this! Here I come!
They're not playing around!
Rising wind!
Magic is there!
Severing wind!
Blazing flame!
You're on! Severing wind!
I'm on a roll now!
You're on! Flame inside me yearns to be let free!
Watch
You're
this!
mine! Rising wind! You're on! I'm not done!
You see what happened there as you crossed? Shouldn't have done that.
Here I come!
Lunar corruption!
You're mine!
I'm on!
You require
Hurricane!
You're on!
Look sharp! Lightning tiger blade!
Am I on a roll or what?
Well, look who's in a bright and shiny mood.
And thus our strength yet grows.
See what I can do!
Head burning
Rising Wyvern! Severing wind! Rising Wyvern!
Not in your dreams!
FG airborne scoundrels!
Sounds like a job for yours truly!
Take this!
Sorry!
Oh, you are gonna pay for that!
Mom! I'll stop your movement!
And I'll stop your life!
I'll bring you back from death's abyss!
I'm on it! Now, in the groove!
This one keeps charging us!
That's what my shield's for! Get behind me!
Got it! I'll leave it to you!
Here's a healing ray blaster!
Look sharp!
Lightning tiger blade! See that?
That training's paying off!
The waters of creation!
Ignite!
Eagle
Severing wind!
That'll bring you down!
Watch this!
You're on!
Anything normal is all
Rising Wyvern!
Purge malevolence!
Severing wind!
Annihilation!
Rising wind! Take it! You're on! Here I come!
Got it! Now's our
Take
chance!
this!
Whirlwind smash between heaven and earth!
You're on!
A wailing
Severing wind!
Let's get you out!
Severing wind! Do without this
That
pain!
freaking does it!
Burn in hell!
Healing circle!
Severing wind!
Rain down and
You're mine!
There you go! Wind! I feel like me
without a
again!
trace!
You're on!
Here!
Severing wind!
More
You're on! Severing wind!
Watch this!
Take this! Hold nothing back!
Here!
Now, let loose!
Burn it! Scream!
Take this!
Now we're not... Rain down and
You! Now, in the groove!
Severing wind!
That's freaking rocket! Look sharp! Lightning tiger blade!
Lightning condense! Radiant
Radiant
fire!
fire!
I'll handle it!
Burn!
Illuminate the
Yeah.
room with my arm!
Watch this! Mirage!
Chain between
Severing
my
web!
this! Resurrection!
Okay, here I go.
Sea of lightning! Sleep now!
No further!
Lunar primed and not in there with
Lightning
lightning
blade! Wind!
Far enough! One at a time!
Rising
Outstanding form!
Now, while it's reeling!
Take it down!
Severing wind!
That'll bring you down!
Ready and clear! Rising wyvern! It's on! Severing wind! Not today!
See what happened there as you crossed me. Shouldn't have done that. I'm going there to use all the power of my healing arts to accomplish. Now! Get toasty!
Bird strike!
Am I on a roll or what?
Well, look who's in a bright and shiny mood.
save you!
Don't mind if I do!
Rising Wiper!
Shoot them out of the sky!
Can't get out of this!
Aim for what we saw!
Here
Here I come!
It's finished!
Let's do it!
Talon
You'll
Hurricane!
ignite!
The waters of creativity,
I'll tear you apart! Now I'm in the wood!
Glacial Spear! Pierce evil!
Far enough!
It looks like you've got this
has got your name on it!
Freeze
Talon Hurricane!
Thunder Beat!
Rising Wiper!
Inferno Punch!
Confiscate!
Mirage!
Here goes!
I'm on it! No further! I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw! Take
Glacial
this!
Spear!
Now you see what I can do!
Rising Wiper!
Don't win! Take! Blow them away!
Lady Fortune must truly be watching over me.
What do you want to do about that big one?
The sword-wielding Zugo?
And not just one, but four!
It thinks 2 extra hands is enough to beat me. It's sorely mistaken!
Let's just focus on what's important.
I'm not done! Let's try harder!
I never miss!
I'm not done!
Dance, immortal goblin!
Mirage!
Seal! Flame of fury! Glacial Spear!
No further.
Pierce evil!
I'll tear you apart!
Try harder!
Rain down on you!
Take this! Through escape!
Healing circle!
Nothing gets by me.
I don't know what I do without you.
Perhaps now isn't the time?
I really don't.
I'll finish you here and now!
More where that came from!
Not today!
The waters of creation! I'm going
Rising
to
Wiper!
dance immortal goblin to accomplish this!
Talon
Rising
Hurricane!
Wiper!
Seal!
I'll finish you here and now! All good things come to an end.
Not on my watch!
Rising Wiper! Mirage!
The enemy is going all out!
Take this!
Mirage! I'm not done!
Hurricane!
Let's get you off
Glimmer
this
Break!
one.
Now I'm in the groove! Take this! I can carve through armor!
This one's all mine!
Let's go!
I'm not done!
Blazing flame!
Burn!
I'm on a roll
Take
now!
this!
All good things come to an end.
Let
The marksman handled it.
Not now! No!
You see what happened there as you crossed me. Shouldn't have done that. Time for one more.
That'll bring you down!
Time for one more. It's finished!
Let's
In a
do it!
bind?
Here I come!
Chisara, I'll stop your movement.
And I'll stop your life!
I'm going to need to use all the power of my healing to accomplish
I'm
this!
not done! Double Demon Fang! Severing Wind!
There you go! I'm just
Here I
getting
come!
started!
Here I go!
Double Demon Fang!
Denied!
Air drop!
Talon Hurricane!
The waters of creation!
Now you see what I can do!
Mirage! Try harder! Rising Wyvern!
It's time!
Severing Wind!
Not on my watch!
I'm on!
Flame inside me!
Blazing
Yours to be
flame!
let
I'm
free!
just getting started!
Healing circle!
Oh, now you're talking!
Glimmer Dragon! Burn in hell!
I'll stop its charge! Thanks, Kisara!
Rising Wyvern! Take this!
Illuminate
Mirage!
vision!
Rising Wyvern! falling behind.
Looks like this one's mine.
Like hell it is.
Smash you! If it's in the sky,
No
you're
further.
mine. Watch it. I'm ready. I never fix.
You're mine! Demon Fang!
Erase the wall now.
Deny! There you go! Here, let me help.
Take this!
Mega Red! Purge Malevolence!
You're mine! Rising Viper!
Ready! Rise and shine!
Run it down! Rip its hair!
Burn in hell!
Now get the glue!
Supernova!
Win!
Take this!
Arctic! Glimmer!
Watch this!
You're on! You're mine!
Kisara, I'll stop your movement.
And I'll stop your life! You got rid of the sword!
Looks like I won after all!
Except it doesn't look like that thing's finished yet.
Smash you!
Not by a long shot.
Eat this! Can't get out of this! Rolling snap!
Rising Viper!
Super swallow dead! Watch it!
Win! You're on! Shivering Wind!
First strike! Talon Hurricane! Watch this!
You got this.
Now, while it's reeling!
Take it down, now! Get toasty!
Burn strike!
Will this help? If it's in the sky,
Wind!
Raging Cascade!
You're on! Okay, here I go! It's on!
Rising
Viper!
Here!
Swallow dead!
You picked the wrong fight!
That'll bring you down! The enemy is going all out!
Carve through armor! Take this! Super swallow dead! Watch this!
Here I come!
Don't mind if I do!
Lost my focus!
Annihilation! Lightning condemns!
I'm nearly done for.
A wailing band! Sleep now!
That's
Demon Fang!
I can handle it. Denied.
Rising Viper! Mirage!
Raging
It's on! Mirage! Not today!
Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade!
I've been doing really great lately.
That equipment should come in handy.
A dead end, huh?
Why don't we just use this?
Wait!
Jeez! Don't scare me like that! What, is there something wrong with it?
No, it's not that. It's just, this is it. Whatever it is, we're about to find out.
It's the moment of truth. There's no turning back now till we've won. Either we get through this, or we vanish along with the rest of the world as we know it. Is everyone ready?
We've come this far. I'm not about to turn tail now. I say we knock this thing out and head back home.
It's time to relegate the past to where it belongs. It's been a long journey getting here, but it ends now.
No, this isn't the end. Once we've overthrown the old order, there's still the task of creating a new world.
A world without divisions, where no one cares whether you're Dahnan or Renan, or if you have magic or not. You're right. We have to win this. Woohoo!
Let's get going then. After all, our future awaits.
Our future. One free of tyranny and exploitation. For the freedom to live with those we hold dear. And for a new era. Let's go! Are we on that giant flower?
We're finally here then.
But then, where is the core of the Great Spirit? Or the Renaissance, for that matter?
According to Hevrek 35, this should be where we find the core.
Rinwell, do you sense anything?
This is definitely where the energy of the Great Spirit is strongest, but what's giving off the most energy is the flower we're standing on.
That said, we're not gonna be able to destroy something this huge. You want me to hit it and see what happens?
Hey, look!
Renaissance!
Is that like Dahna's astral energy? But why?
What?
Stay sharp!
Something's coming!
Once it's gone, it has so much anger. All of its fear has evolved into hatred.
So then, you're saying that this is the Great Spirit's core?
And in order to fight us, it's taken on this form?
My thorns. I feel them whirling inside me. They're getting restless. I'm certain of it. This is the source of my thorns and of my visions. This is the darkness that will consume all existence.
What do we do now? The Renaissance was inside that thing. I don't think we'll win this fight without it.
We have to get it back. We will find a way somehow.
Agreed. And now that it has a physical form, cutting through it's what we'll do.
Great Spirit, I understand that. You've made that very clear. However, if you're planning on destroying everything, then first, you'll have to get through us. Everyone, let's go!
We're not energy for you to consume, and we're not puppets for you to control!
Only humankind has a right to determine their own future. We will never let something like you take that away from us.
I'm sorry, but we won't let you take any more away from us. We'll do whatever it takes to stop you.
I fight to quell the sounds of anguish from our world, that it may be filled with joy and peace once again.
Give it back. Give it all back. Give us back our world and give me back my own life.
Once and for all, we're going to end centuries of terror and death. Right here, right now. No escape!
Freeze the blazer! Dance in the wind!
Leave the torches to me.
What's this?
Here!
Strike!
Big blast! Lunar corruption!
Burn in hell! Rising Wyvern! Mirage! Wings! Inferno Punch! Mirage! Severing Wind! Here I come!
Gemini Aqua!
Severing Wind!
Storm! They're not playing around!
Armor won't save you!
Severing Wind!
Tidal! Gemini
Denied!
First strike! You're done! Big blast! Water! Speed!
Severing Wind!
Go! You like me? Take
I'll
this!
fix you up!
No further! I'm on it!
Try harder! I owe you one. I'm not...
Swallow dance!
Zero!
You're at home now!
Try harder! It's on! Rising Wyvern! You picked the wrong fight!
Come on! That'll bring you down!
Take this!
I'll
Severing Wind!
Ready! Astral energy!
Say no more!
I'll heal you all!
Severing Wind!
Not in your dreams! Healing circle!
Okay, here I go! You're mine! Severing Wind! Take this! Mirage!
They're surrounding
Missile God!
Leave the enemy's arms to me!
What the milk can place here?
Denied! Between heaven and earth!
Eat this!
Rising Wyvern!
I really owe you one.
I owe you, Xion.
Healing is what my arts do best.
All mine can do is cause havoc and destruction.
Ignite! Try harder!
By the power of water! I'll be ready to
I'll tear you up! Try harder! Not yet! Severed wing!
my art can do.
You're on!
Here,
New
let me help.
escape!
Go to it!
Double demon fang! Severed wing! Take this! Mirage! Wind! Flame!
I'm nearly done for.
Enough done!
That'll bring you down.
Wind! Dust to dust!
Take
this!
Here's a healing art.
Watch it!
First I can handle it. There. Denied.
Shattering up!
Not on my watch.
Let's freaking does it! I can carve through armor! This one's all mine! Inspiration! You picked the wrong fight!
The enemy is going all out.
Mirage!
Illuminate the sun. Here, let me
Mirage!
have force. Holy cloud. Hey, land.
Now I'm between heaven and earth.
Away.
Lightning! Divine! Here's evil!
No! Can't end here!
Don't leave me!
Do you require help?
You're mine! I'm on double demon fang! I'll run you through! Mirage!
Take this!
By the power
Rising
of water!
River!
That's freaking
Outstanding
Now! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
After all that, it's still standing. Just how strong is this thing?
It doesn't matter. Just have to keep kicking its ass until it bites the dust.
The Great Spirits!
Damn, must have been conserving its energy for an escape.
That bastard took off with the Renaissance!
We can't stand here and wait for it to come back. We'll have to follow it through there.
You're right. I don't like it, but we've got no choice.
Yeah. No matter what, we can't let it get away.
All right, let's go.
I'm surprised we can stand here at all. What in the hell is this place?
Beats me. I've never seen anything like it. More importantly, where's the Great Spirit?
Look! Over there!
What in the world? It's changing shape?
Oh, this is bad. It looks like it's regaining all of its energy. It's going to grow even bigger than before.
Damn it. Come on, we've got to find a way to...
Watch out! Something's heading our way!
Guess they're here to try to stop us. There's so many of them.
That means we've got it running scared. Let's take these out and keep moving!
Get out of our way already!
I didn't expect such base tactics from a supreme being.
You can't assume we're fighting something that thinks like a human!
Whatever it is, it's wasting time that we don't have.
Yeah, not only that, but that thing is getting bigger by the minute.
It's starting to slow down the more it grows. We should be able to catch up soon enough.
We just need to hold on. Stay strong, everyone, and stand your ground.
The waters of creation. I'm just getting
Dance, immortal
You're mine!
Here.
I'm on it!
Now we're never.
In a vine?
Glacial spear.
Here I come! Severing wind! Stop!
Here and now.
I'll finish you here and now!
This one keeps charging up!
That's what my shield's for. Get behind me.
Got it! I'll leave it to you! You're mine! No! Here I come! Lay inside me, yours to be let free! We did it! My turn! Now in the groove! You're mine!
I really know you are.
It's all right!
Lost my focus!
Can't get out of this!
I'm not dead!
That'll bring you down. More for the stockpile.
Ah! Severing wind!
What my heart can do.
Severing wind! Not today!
Dragon down!
Do
it!
Kikara, I'll stop your movement.
And I'll stop your life!
Anything normally
Rising Wyvern! Severing wind!
Enemy I'm just getting you!
Here's the evil.
I'm on it! Glimmer Dragon! I'm just getting started! Power of water! Talent sword!
Severing wind!
Now I'm in the groove!
Wind!
Dragon down!
Burn!
I can handle it.
These fists have got your name on them!
Too much
Wind!
pain.
You're done! Talent Hurricane!
Do it between heaven and earth.
Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade!
Brace yourselves. We're going to crash.
We caught up to it.
Hold on. Why did it stop absorbing the energy from Dahna?
Like it or not, it lacks the means to do so whilst fighting us. We've become the bigger threat and forced its hand.
All right, then. Let's get to work so we can take back the Renaissance.
This madness ends right here, right now. And this time, we really mean it.
We've all come so far. We've faced so much. We can't get through this together.
Naturally, we are all leaving this fight alive.
Hell, I'm just getting warmed up! You ain't seen nothing yet!
The Great Spirit's getting desperate. So stay on your toes, everyone.
Here's a healing arc. Here comes
Denied.
beyond the darkest sky.
Its power's overwhelming.
Then let's whittle down that thing's power. Go!
Right. Let's start with the arm.
Let's do this, Law.
Leave it to me!
Everyone, I'm counting on you.
Severing wind! Hurricane! Glimmer Dragon!
More for the stockpile.
Strike! I'm not the flame inside me. Yours to be let free.
Talent Storm! Lost my focus!
Lightning order!
Let's try harder.
By the power of water!
Burn in hell!
Annihilation! Here goes!
I can carve through armor!
Law!
You and me!
From here on out! We did it!
Armor! Yeah!
Radiant here!
Severing wind!
Confiscated! That's amazing! All that astral energy!
I don't like the look of this.
We have to stop it. And fast.
That'll bring you down!
First strike. Burn!
I'm going to need to use all the power of my healing arts to accomplish this. The waters of
Severing wind!
Dance in the droplet!
I'm not done. I'm on it.
Transformation! Blah, 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 by the power of water! In here!
No more dithering.
Our future begins here.
Always impressive.
I guess that makes two of us then.
Now all that's left is the middle.
Let's do it!
Can't get out of this!
Severed wind through armor. Mirage.
Violet darting
Burn. Severing wind. Mirage. Take this. Severing wind.
Chain between heaven and earth by the power of flash!
You're mine. Watch it.
Here, let me help.
This should do it.
Cut the marker! That'll bring you down. This is it. Will this help?
This should do it.
No further!
Healing circle!
Wind.
Magic is there!
Severing wind.
Labor of fear! Fierce evil! Who wants to die next?
Wave inside me. Yours to be let free.
The water
Here I come. Double
Take
demon
this!
bang.
Immortal droplet!
No escape.
Downfall!
Flame.
Lunar corruption!
Blazing flame.
Here it goes! Not on my watch!
Whirlwind. Double demon bang. Here I come. Rising wyvern.
Everyone okay?
Still alive somehow. That's what you mean.
Here, let me heal you.
Don't leave me!
No further!
Swallow this! Tidal wave! Dance is the wind! The air is dropping! The water is
Sheila, it's you and me.
This is it!
This ends now.
Alphen!
Yeah, we're both fine. We're going to start the ceremony now, before it can recover. Shion.
Yeah.
I've returned, just as I told you I would.
Hurry! The Great Spirit is reviving itself!
I can't suppress it for very long.
Hand it over right now. You plan to use this to defeat the Great Spirit. Which is precisely why I'm here. Stand aside and watch. So then you know how to destroy the Great Spirit. Just as well as you and your sorry lot. The Great Spirit that tried to control me will be annihilated. I won't let you do that! Yet do it I shall. And there's nothing you can do to stop me. You bastard! I shall fulfill my duty as a ruler. With this power, I'll bury that woman and the Great Spirit. Then this charade will finally end. Save everyone. And Sion! Silence. I'll tear you apart, slay the girl and the Great Spirit, and erect a fortress of death over both worlds.
What do you get from this? When you have all that power, what will you do?
My dominion shall reign over all existence. Nothing else matters. That's it? This is so you can rule over all existence just because? Despicable as they were, even the other ones, even the Great Spirit had a future in mind. But you have nothing. Only death. So what? It matters little. You are pathetic. Truly pathetic. And you're not. You are a failure. Empty. A sovereign who couldn't even die in his own time as he was meant to. You're right. I can't stand the sight of you! Silence. I'll tear you apart, slay the girl and the queen, and erect its fortress of... death over both worlds.
What do you get from all this? When you have all that power, what will you do?
My dominion shall reign over all existence. Nothing else matters.
That's it? This is so you can rule over all existence just because?
Despicable as they were, even the other lords, even the Great Spirit had a future in mind. But you have nothing. Only death.
So what? It matters little.
You are pathetic. Truly pathetic.
And you're not.
You are a failure.
Empty. A sovereign who couldn't even die in his own time as he was meant to.
You're right. I used to wonder why I was still... alive after so long. There are things in this world, in the here and now, that are worth protecting. That's why I'm still here.
And I won't let you take them away! This should do it! Rising Wyvern!
Why do you resist?
I'm not done!
You will beg me for mercy.
Severing Wind! This one's all mine!
You
picked the wrong fight! Severing Wind! Mirage! Severing Wind! You control others to keep from being controlled, but that's a path of never-ending hatred! Don't you understand? It can only end in destruction. The only way to avoid it is with forgiveness!
The words of a coward. The weakness disgusts me.
You're wrong. It takes true power to forgive!
I have no use for weakness. The strong shall always triumph here.
You say that because you've been alone so long. If you had someone, anyone to turn to, a single friend, someone to love, people who would support and guide you, you can't have been alone your whole life. All I remember is the lashes of whips. Each strike spreading a skein of fire across my back. The masters who killed slaves for sport. And the slaves who sacrificed their compatriots that they might live. There is no love, no friendship, not there or anywhere else. Is there no way for you to see this differently? Enough! You gamble the fate of this world. A single life, and yet I am the evil one? How utterly ridiculous. It's true. Maybe it is selfish of me to want to save her, but I swore that I would let no one else be sacrificed in this battle. I can't bear to see her die. You and I are so much more alike than I had ever imagined. No, we're not. I want a world built on kindness, on giving, on warmth. You take and destroy. I'm nothing like you.
Power is mine! Explosive ring! Strike!
All others shall be banished!
Try this! Trending flash! Try my turn!
The blazing sword. The power Shion has bestowed upon me.
I'll take you down! This one's all mine! Hold nothing back! Burn! The flame inside me yearns to be let free! It's over!
You are the last obstacle impeding my progress! Die!
That's my line! I'll show you the limits of your solitude!
done is evil. There's no denying that. I know you didn't walk your path out of weakness, but merely from misguided strength. Misguided because you were alone. Because you had no friends to keep you on the straight and narrow. No one to use all that strength for, other than yourself. That loneliness could make a monster out of anyone. Out of me. I understand. And I forgive you, Volron. I don't need your victor's pity. And you can choke on your vain forgiveness. Don't! You wish to save this world? To make your selfish dreams into reality? If you choose to walk that path, you choose a path of betrayal, despair, and corruption. And in the darkness at the end, I'll be waiting for you! Volron! I'm sorry. The Alma is...
Yes. But you still possess the blazing sword. It may not be quite as strong as the Alma, but nonetheless...
I can't. I would never. It would kill you!
My thorns, they're... Soon the great astral spirit will break free. And when that happens, no one will be spared. But there's still time. You can still destroy the thorns. And me with them.
But that's exactly what we've been fighting to prevent. I promised I would find a way to save you.
You did. I know. But I don't want you to die either. So please, don't let me be the end of the world.
That's it. Look! The path Dahna's energy flowed through is still open. We can use it to call out to Dahna's will!
Alphen, what are you saying?
Don't you remember? Rinwell said there was a little bit of Dahna's will inside all of us. If there is a way everyone can come together to form Dahna's will, then maybe we can ask for it to help us, to find us a way out of this.
Are you really saying that if all of Dahna thinks of saving us, it will become the will of the planet itself? That's madness.
Maybe so, but it's the only way we can save you. And the only way to save Rena, too.
To save Rena?
That's right. Rena's will never had evil intent. If we're saving everyone, that includes them. I don't want to live in a world without you, Xion. And I'm tired of living a life built on death.
Alphen, I'm with you.
collective will of Dahna, hear my plea! I want to save Xion! And I want to save Rena too! I want to end this cycle of one joy, constantly being sacrificed for another's pain! So please, grant us your strength!
Let's go!
I want to be your head right now. You are the place, my only home. Yeah, just like the flowers that bloom and fall, repeat over and over again. Well, I'm barely breathing, breathing to that ground, but each and every time we all stand up. Stop like to yourself and be true to yourself, and that might be we both can exceed destiny. So let's jam it out. You must feel love, but I'm right by your side. Yeah, just like the flowers that bloom and fall, repeat over and over again. Keep the flame alive. I want to feel your hair right now. You are the place, my only home. I know, I know, I know. Yeah, we can one day whisper like flowers in the sky. No matter where I'm by your side. I know, I know, I know. You and I, let's fly the souls that we're together. Can't feel my heartbeat, so take my hand to new tomorrow. The crowd back and let it be. You give me strength and give me play. To darkness, let's fall in love. Sparks just like Hibana. いつも君と待ち続けた季節は何も言わず通り過ぎた。雨はこの街に降り注ぐ少しのリグレットと罪を包み込んで泣かないことを誓ったまま時は過ぎ痛む心に気がつかずに僕は一人になった記憶の中でずっと二人は生きてゆける君の声が今も胸に響くよ。それは愛がさまよう限り君は少し泣いた。あの時見えなかった。
Something feels odd here. Be on your guard.
いつも君
Always good to be back in familiar territory. I never realized before just how hot this place is. It's like being inside a fire.
You're only just noticing? Ah, yes, forgive me. The whole lack of sensory feedback situation.
That's the one. It's hard to believe I once worked in this soup, let alone helped spearhead a revolution.
And all with the mask concealing your face. It must have been very grimy beneath that.
Back then, we had our plates full enough dealing with constant abuse from our Renan overlords. It never occurred to me the air itself was oppressive in its own way. My head's spinning just with the effort it takes to walk.
I think that's called heat stroke. You might want to take a sip of water.
You mean that water that's been festering under the sun for days? I wouldn't chance it without boiling it first.
Oh, I know! I'll go to the dock and fetch us some clean water.
Water alone won't suffice. He'll need to ensure his sodium levels are replenished as well.
In that case, let's see if we can rustle up some rock salt. Alphen, you go cool off in the shade for a while. Xion, stay and keep an eye on him.
And then there were two.
Bit of an overreaction, but it's still kind of them.
Maybe it's not the time, but this place brings back memories.
I know what you mean. We're back where it all started.
You don't ever regret meeting me sometimes, do you?
Are you kidding? You started all of this. Bringing down the wall, retrieving my sense of self. I have no regrets.
Welcome back, Law.
Hey.
Yeah.
Just got it.
Hey.
Yes!
All right.
That was quite the little adventure we went on.
I see someone who looks troubled about something.
A little compassion can make all the difference. I propose we speak to them.
Hey, Alphen, what do you think of that chick over there?
Doesn't look like she really works out.
I'm not talking about her muscles, you dummy!
Yeah. Hey. Yeah.
Just... I guess... Thanks.
Huh?
Well, all right.
All right.
I get. Whew. Got it.
Finally. If only we could have flown with the wind to get here faster. Whoo! I think Hoodle senses something. Is this the barrier that's keeping the Zoogle that Nath mentioned?
Looks like it. Our Zoogle pal should be on the other side.
This barrier is weird. It looks old and half-finished. Plus, he said it was okay to break.
I mean, we won't need it anymore once the Zoogle's gone, right? So what does it matter? Did they really think that barrier was enough for a Zoogle like that?
It was. That thing was sturdier than you give it credit for.
Really? So that's the Zoogle, huh? This should be a piece of cake.
Don't get careless, Law.
It's huge. I bet it'd be a good...
Out of our way! Dance in the wind! I never miss!
Rising Rising!
Is it high?
Armor won't save you!
I'll bash in there to save you!
Glad you have your uses.
I'll finish you here and now!
I'll show you how useful I can be!
Burning
No
breath.
further!
Oh, violent fire
Here I
wind.
come!
Hard
Blazing
fire
Double
blow.
Demon Ray!
Pieces! Attack time!
Hear me,
Burn
flame of
in
fury.
hell!
Thunder shield.
Grant!
Radiant. Here
Blazing
goes.
flame! Mirage!
Please blend
Double
with
dance!
my watch.
Double demon!
Magic is there.
Amazing.
You get the jet.
Rising Wiper!
You get the jet.
Mirage! Severing wind!
Oh, now you're talking!
Prepare for these speeds!
Talon Hurricane!
No further!
Powerful standing form.
Mirage!
Dance immortal memory.
Rising Wiper!
What's this?
Tempting swirl.
Take this! It's too much!
Just what the doctor ordered.
Astral Arts?
That's my cue.
Shut him down.
Ignite!
You see what happened there as you crossed me? Shouldn't have done that.
Take this!
Take this! Time for one more! Let's tear him up! I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw! Raising flame! Now I'm in the groove! Can't get out of this!
Air thrust! Photon blast! It's weakened!
This ends now! Rising Wiper!
You get the jet.
Mirage!
Here it goes!
Here and now!
Here I go! Here goes!
I need to pull myself together! Watch this!
Don't mind if I do!
You're mine!
Here, let me help! Razor blast!
Okay, here...
Magic is there!
Wind!
Take this!
Blah, blah, blah!
Mirage!
In a bind?
Not today!
Now!
Look sharp!
Lightning Tiger Blade!
Dance in the wind!
Tear you apart!
Air Gemini Aqua! The waters of creation!
Mirage!
Super swallow day! This one's mine!
Rising Wiper!
Hurricane! That's freaking good!
Here! You're right there with the others!
Take this!
You're done!
Healing
Mirage!
Severing shield! I'll fix you up! Recover!
Thanks.
Now
Double
let me
Demon
in!
Ray!
Smash you!
Here!
Rising Wiper!
Here, let me help.
I'm not done!
You require a hand. The enemy is going all out!
Here comes the big one!
Annihilation by the power of flame!
Eat this!
The flame will roar! Burning light! Raging tornado! The waters of the arch field! I don't mind if I do! Raging cascade! Healing circle!
Be careful not to overdo it.
I'm sorry. I'll do better.
It's time!
Let me show you what Rise can do! Rise and shine!
I've let you all down.
Stay away from my friends!
No further! What would I do without you?
Rising Wyvern!
This is bad, right?
Yes, Alvin, it's very bad.
I don't feel so good.
Far beyond the darkest skies! I'm going to need to use all the power of my healing to accomplish this.
I'm not...
Rip it
You're mine!
Here's a healing arc! I can do this all the
time!
So much for sitting this fight out.
That wouldn't be a complaint, my dear.
Nope, that'd be silly.
Burn it out! Rising Wyvern! Here I come!
You require a
The enemy is going all out!
I'm not done!
Here comes something big!
Right as on!
I'm sorry to be a bother.
We've all got enough.
Yes, ma'am. Armor won't save you.
Let me show you what my art is. Not on my watch.
Talon Hurricane! I'm not far enough! Rising Wyvern! Try harder!
All the power of my healing art to accomplish it.
Now we're having can't get out of this. Enjoy the ground while you're down there.
I'm on a roll, man.
The finishing blow.
You'll need to beat me to it, kid.
I'll take on that challenge.
All disasters
Eat
make
them.
one. Come forth, the healing
Severing
here.
wing.
Here, this one's mine.
Eat this.
That'll bring you down.
Here I come!
Now I'm in the groove.
Here I come!
Blazing
Severing wing!
Just getting started.
Severing wing!
Shattering These fists have got your name on them.
All the power of my healing
Armor
arts to
won't
accomplish
save you.
Dance in the wind.
Can't get out of this.
Sleep now.
Rising Wyvern! Mirage!
I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw!
Talon Hurricane! Here I come! Mirage! Severing wing!
I'll tear you apart!
The enemy is going all out.
Not today!
A chain between heaven and earth.
Double demon fist!
Now.
Look sharp! Lightning tiger blade!
Huh? What's a letter doing in a place like this?
Hell if I know. I highly doubt that Zoogle was trying to guard it. Still, somebody must have left it for some... Law.
Huh? What's up?
Something up?
It's from my old man. My dear son, I wonder how things will be between us by the time you read this.
In any case, I first want to congratulate you on all that you've accomplished. Making it this far requires a strong body, fine technique, an unwavering spirit, and most of all, friends that you can count on. If you have all of that, then I, as your father, have nothing to worry about. Those things together will always keep you on the right path. That brings me to what I really wish to discuss with you. As with all of us, there will someday come a time when you'll be a grown man who can and must think and act for himself. Whether you'll live in a world where blood will no longer be spilled between Dahnans and Renans, or when that day arrives, nobody can say. But even if peace still eludes us then, You'll have to decide how to live in this world. Listen to others with an open heart, but don't be swept away by their words. Always live on your terms. One more thing. If I ever see you again, I hope to say this to you in person, but neither of us knows what tomorrow may bring. Know this. Whatever you think of me, what I've done, your mother and I love you very, very much.
And there's nothing in this whole world that will ever change that. Your father, Zephyr.
Zephyr.
I can't believe he's only telling me all this after he's gone. What am I supposed to do with this?
Zephyr once told me that living freely meant being your own master. I think he wanted to make sure you know how he felt one way or another. What you do with that knowledge is up to you.
But that still doesn't explain why his father left that letter for him here, of all places.
Don't forget, we were led to this place. We may well get some answers if we go back to the source of all this.
Hey.
Hey. I get no damn.
All right.
Thanks. Hey, she's pretty cute.
Who are you looking at? Quit gawking and let's go.
Ow!
Do you sense one of your friends, Hoodle?
Oh! Oh! Oh!
I see you've got your relics all lined up again. What are you doing? Huh? They're so bright now.
Oh, it's you two. I was merely tending to my collection.
Don't you think you've polished them enough by now?
You take better care of your relics than you do yourself.
I try to take good care of them. However, no matter how much work I put in, they refuse to respond.
I thought you could hear their voices somehow.
I can, but that's all I can do with them. I can't actually engage in conversation with them. Not yet.
What are they saying? Did they really want you to polish them that much?
You're right. I was so enraptured with them, I may have selfishly failed to consider their own wishes. I must open my mind and sincerely engage with them in earnest.
He never gets tired of his relics, does he?
Nope. It is interesting to look at them when they're all lined up together like this, though. Like how these two have similar designs. It makes me wonder if they were made in the same period.
An excellent observation. Yes, I too suspect they're somehow intimately related as well.
I don't see what you two are talking about at all.
What's this? Why, that smear wasn't there previously. Could it be responding to my voice at long last? It's rather viscous and has a distinct aroma to it.
Ugh, Hoodle! These relics are no place for you to do your business! Whew! I'm serious! These are priceless pieces of history!
Come on, Dohalim. Let's go wash your hands before you catch anything weird.
There's history in the air here. I can smell it.
I don't smell anything.
Don't encourage him.
Hey. Right.
Sure.
Hi. Oh, great. Good. Not. Nice. Thanks. Yeah. Always good to be back in familiar territory. Have you guys checked your equipment lately?
Sure is good to be back in the pleasant climes of Menancia. Especially after the extremes of some of the other regions we visited.
Definitely. Your country is beautiful.
You do me an honor. However, this place was never mine to own.
I didn't mean it that way. Though, I guess technically you weren't born here either. Native or not, that doesn't change the feelings you had for the place. If I were you, I'd try to take a little pride in people's compliments.
Allow myself to feel pride, huh? That sounds like no easy task.
Nothing sounds easy when you overthink things the way you do. It must be exhausting.
He's always worrying about something. It's probably what gives him his eye for detail. That's just the way he is.
Yeah, so we'd noticed.
Let's change the subject, shall we? It's a wonder so many things coincided to bring us here. Alphen's awakening, Shion's decision to revolt, the Dahnan uprising in Calaglia, the crown contest's final, sputtering throws.
Zephyr's being in the right place at the right time. The fact that you happened to be a lord just as this was all going on.
It's almost as if we were brought together by design. By someone who wanted to bring down the system.
No, enough Hand of Destiny talk. We did this on our own steam. It's our responsibility to see it through.
Did Law just utter a pearl of wisdom?
I do think about things, you know. Just what do you take me for exactly?
Honestly, I always sort of pegged you as a likable dolt.
What the hell makes me a dolt, you dolt?
I mean, she did say he was a likable dolt, didn't she?
Let's refrain from poking this particular Zoogle any further. Some lessons just can't be taught.
Not to dolts, anyway.
Hey, Kisara, what's your secret for putting up with Dohalim? I don't know how you managed to deal with him.
Secret? Oh, I don't think it's as difficult as all that, really.
Could have had me fooled. Anyone who waxes lyrical on the aesthetic qualities of cactus thorns is a step too far for me.
And those poetic flourishes he sneaks into regular conversation? How am I supposed to react?
He likes the sound of his own voice, that's for sure. I say let him have his fun. No need to try and understand anything he says.
Has he always been like that?
He didn't seem as on edge all the time back in Menancia. Though he was my superior back then. So who's to say what I didn't see?
A lord of Cislodia hid in plain sight while a crony posing as him carried out all his business. What if the lord we met in Vicente was really...
An imposter? Dohalim? Hardly. Like it or not, that's him all right. In all his flamboyant, circumloquacious glory.
I'd like to see someone try to impersonate that on a daily basis.
Come to think of it, what with being a lord and all, he's probably never had anyone to speak to on an equal basis.
It wouldn't surprise me. Having you guys around, having a family in a way, must be what's helped him change.
A little heads up on some of his eccentricities would have been nice.
It's those eccentricities that make him who he is.
Hey, Alphen, what do you think of that chick over there?
Doesn't look like she really works out.
I'm not talking about her muscles, you dummy!
Great! Why?
Yeah.
You...
Whoa!
And then she has to come along and...
Hey, you're looking a little red there. You working up a fever, or...?
You dummy!
What did I do?
Dohalim pancakes!
Huh?
Filled with equal parts compatible.
This is indeed.
At least... I'll also teach you the most...
Oh, this...
Hey! We should make some pancakes right now.
They were drawing Dohalim's face back there. That seems like a handy trick to keep in your back pocket.
The recipe's light on ingredients, and a little extra work could bring the flavor right out.
Great! Then let's make some together. Our very own personalized pancakes.
Sure, I got this.
You're out, Alphen. I don't need spicy pancakes. You're out too, Kisara. You'd win easily.
Win what? Is it a competition?
Yes! A contest between me, Shion, and Dohalim.
Wait, what? I'm more of an eating specialist.
You can say that again.
I accept any and all challenges.
Great. Then I'll be the judge.
I can gather the ingredients.
Okay, then it's on!
Hey, what about me?
Maybe we'll have some luck finding what we need at the farm.
We finally made it.
Right. Thanks.
Oh! Whoa! Welcome, ladies and gentlemen! It's time to find out once and for all whose pancakes reign supreme!
I guess he's emceeing now.
Let's hear some thoughts from Kisara, our judge!
Indeed. This is a highly eclectic group of competitors. I look forward to seeing what they produce for us today.
Expectations sure are running high! Ah! And here comes Shion with her entry!
I applied all of my know-how to this, and put extra care into the visual presentation.
Well, that's bold.
Nothing wrong with Shion holding her head high. Let's see how it tastes. What?
I mixed in some candy that tingles the tongue.
Oh, I see. It's creative. I'll give it that. But it's quite, a mouthful, as it were. It might be too sweet.
Well, I should hope so. I put in as much food and sugar as I could. It should provide 3 days' worth of nourishment.
3 days' worth?
Our judge has been left stunned!
And not in a good way.
Now it's time for the Lord himself!
Here is what I made.
What the?
Dohalim pancakes!
I can't believe he actually did the art.
Go on, relish my crowning achievement to your heart's content.
Well, don't mind if I do.
Not even a moment's pause.
Dohalim, there's some strange liquid leaking out of this.
Indeed. I gathered delicacies the world over and packed them all in. That's what makes my masterpiece so good. Pancakes are overrated anyways.
And you're out.
Defeat.
And just like that, his lordship is disqualified!
What do I do? I just made regular old pancakes. They're both just so eccentric. And mine is so... How am I supposed to follow their acts?
Rinwell, you're up!
Okay, I'm coming. Just putting on some finishing touches. Woo! Are you sure? Well, okay. I'll never forget you, Hoodle.
Huh?
Okay, made it. Here you go.
Oh no, you didn't. Never mind. Let's see what Judge Kisara thinks.
Let's see. It's nice and soft around the edges, and yet there's a Hoodle face firmly imprinted in the middle. The contrast of fluffiness and firmness is simply fascinating. And there's a sweet texture that's nicely offset by the jam's tartness. That, and it's the strangest thing, it gives me this odd sense of ardor and conviction. I give this a perfect winning score.
Rinwell takes the title!
Looks like you reign supreme over pancakedom.
I don't understand. I thought I'd gotten the look and taste perfect. What could I have done wrong? Huh? Where's Kisara?
She took off running to burn off the food she ate.
I may have done her a disservice. I guess I was only thinking about what I personally would want to eat.
You know, these other ones are actually pretty good. I could go for more of this texture and salty sweetness.
I agree. Still, they pale next to Rinwell's pancakes.
Yeah, no question there.
In fact, I would love to partake in them again sometime. Hmm? Whatever gave it such a fright?
Don't worry about it. I'll draw all of your faces next time.
I can't wait.
You just draw them, right? Fine.
Right.
Saxleo Temple. Isn't that...
Hey, Law. Been training?
Yeah, I guess I got a little carried away. You think this is bad, you should see the state of my underwear.
Yeah. A word of advice. You might want to refrain from mentioning that stuff around girls. Ones without a military history especially.
Man, can you imagine Rinwell's face? She'd have a nervous breakdown.
I meant in general, but you sure mention her a lot, you know.
Huh? Oh, you know, she's always there, even when you least expect it. Springs to mind easily.
Either that, or maybe some part of you is subconsciously always wishing she was there.
May the trials and tribulations of young romance never change.
Romance? Like I'd be interested in that know-it-all tomboy. I'm more about mature women. Someone more like Kisara.
You know, I used to be a tomboy too when I was Rinwell's age.
Look, it's not tomboys I have anything against. But come on, you've got to admit she can be a lot to handle.
Hey, I miss anything? What's all the fuss about?
Rinwell.
Thunderblade!
Ah! What the hell was that for?
A little birdie told me you were speaking about me behind my back. Whew!
From the looks of it, I'd say you've got yourself a rival.
It wouldn't be called the spring of youth without a little storm every now and then.
Hey, Shion. How are you and Alphen getting on these days?
That's a little out of the blue. Why do you ask?
Sorry, it's just... I don't know. I'm just curious, I guess. I mean, A lot's changed now he's got his senses back and all.
I suppose you're right. Well, to tell you the truth, if he'd been the way he is now back when I'd first met him, I probably wouldn't have gotten this involved. But then, if we hadn't met like we did, then I never would have experienced these feelings, so... I guess it's complicated.
I can imagine. I know it's not the same thing, but I know what it feels like to have someone you love who's out of reach.
Because of Miguel.
Alphen's still alive. It's not too late, you know. And after all, who can say what the future holds? I think if I were you, I'd take things as they come for now.
Besides, touch isn't everything. I've never touched you, Xion, but that doesn't stop you from knowing that I care about you, right?
That's true. But I do remember back when we first met, you made it plenty clear you weren't my biggest fan.
But that was a long time ago. There were lots of things I didn't understand back then. Not that that's the point.
Don't worry, I'm only teasing. I know what you mean. Thank you. And you're right. There are ways to convey your feelings besides just touching.
I'll say, cooking immediately springs to mind. And if it's someone's favorite dish, all the better. If there's something on your mind that you want to tell him, why not try appealing directly to his stomach?
You might just have a point. I'll give it a shot.
Uh-oh. If it's Alphen's palate you're appealing to, that doesn't bode well for the rest of us.
Well, friendship is about being supportive. Sometimes we just have to do our best and take one for the team, right?
He's not just trying to hide from us?
Even after staying here, we never truly got to the bottom of what makes this realm's citizens tick.
Renan and Dahna are meaningless distinctions here. To have one's own mind is strictly forbidden. All that matters is blind obedience.
That might be the case now, but it can't always have been like that. There must have been something more.
Once, maybe. Question is that something still salvageable?
If it's not, we'll just have to make something new. No, not we. They've had enough foisted on them as it is.
You're right. It's time the people here had the chance to forge their own path. That's not to say it'll be easy, but it will be worthwhile.
These things take time to... What the... An ambush?
Sorry. There was a huge flying bug and I sort of shot without thinking.
A bug? You mean like a Zoogle?
Something tells me she would have shot it, whether it was a Zoogle or not.
This realm is teeming with humid forests. It's only natural insects would feel more at home here than Menancia. In fact, I seem to recall reading somewhere that bugs around these parts lay their eggs in human food to ensure healthy incubation.
Sounds like they're tougher than they look.
What about you, Alphen? Bugs don't creep you out?
I wouldn't say I was their #1 fan. Mind you, if times get desperate enough, I've been known to eat them.
Insects as a culinary option, you say? What kind of seasoning are we talking?
Dohalim, I don't think he was talking about cooking them.
Hey, a lizard! I never thought about this until now, Alphen. But doesn't it get hot wearing that armor all the time? You feel heat and cold again, don't you?
Admittedly, yeah. It can get pretty toasty in this thing.
Is it hard when your back starts to itch?
Oh, you bet. Plus, my shoulders get stiff wearing it, even if it's not all that heavy.
Kisara looks like she manages all right with her armor.
Armor takes a strong body and a stout heart.
Spoken like a true guardsman. Not that I really get what you mean.
The more I think about it, the more I realize what a pain it must be. Like, what do you do when you need to take a leak?
Ew!
That part can be a bit of a pain, yeah. More things to take off.
That sucks, man. Wouldn't it be easier if you just walked around outside of your armor most of the time instead?
You never know when the enemy might attack. As tempting as it might be to take it off, it's not worth getting killed over.
So basically, you're screwed if you ever get attacked while taking a dump. Right, Rinwell?
Are you doing this on purpose? Finally. If only we could have flown with the wind to get here faster.
Hey, if we find anyone who needs help here...
I know. We'll make sure to ask what's...
I guess. All right.
Very well.
Is this?
I can It would seem...
So this is Calaglia's lore.
Holy crap, this guy's huge! You guys sure he's human?
That's definitely false. Looking back, it seems like ages since we last fought.
Remember, you don't have a mask to protect you this time. One wrong move, and you could be in real trouble.
I know. Still, back then I didn't even know who I really was. I'm excited to see just how strong I've gotten since the last time we fought.
The water can't get out of this! That monster's attacking! Look out!
I've let you all down.
What the?
Out of my way!
Hurt! Malevolence! Please don't give up! Gale Force! Raging Cascade!
This one keeps charging us!
That's what my shield's for. Get behind me.
Got it! I'll leave it to you! Severing Wind!
Burning Strike!
You're mine! It's time! That fire monster's getting ready to attack!
They'll pay for that!
Inspiration! That fire monster's causing us a lot of trouble.
Let me take a crack at it!
There you go!
Ready?
Feel like me again.
By the power!
No further!
Out of my
The
way!
sky is mine! I'll bring you back from death to this! I can't heal you forever!
I've let you all down.
You'll pay for that! Not today!
I'll bring you back from death to this!
Severing Wind! Mirage! Take this!
Here, let me help!
Not done yet! I've let you all down.
Annihilation! This can't be happening!
The crown contest is as good as mine!
Aww. Are you tired, Hoodle?
Sure he's not just trying... trying to hide from us?
I'm impressed how well balanced this thing is.
Hey, Alfred, what do you think of that chick over there?
Doesn't look like she really works out.
I'm not talking about her muscles, you dummy!
I think Hoodle senses something.
Forgive you!
Come and face me!
Illuminate the dark!
It's time!
Holy land!
Wow, that was a nice move there.
I know, right? Bet you couldn't do it.
So it's a grab here, thrust the left leg, then use the right arm to leverage over...
Stop memorizing my move!
The design of this equipment is really interesting.
You must really like it, Alphen.
Who?
There's history in the air here.
can smell it.
I don't smell anything.
Don't encourage him.
Always good to be back in familiar territory. Hey.
Huh?
Yes. Oh.
Yay! What? Yeah!
Yes.
Yeah!
We avoided getting roasted in that ring. What we could really use is something to cap this off.
Sure. Got any ideas on what would be good?
Mabo curry. Fried bread stuffed with curry.
You'd probably buy out the whole stock.
Hey, she's pretty cute.
Who are you looking at? Quit gawking and let's go. Ow!
Do you sense one of your friends, Hoodle?
Hey, Rinwell, tell me about your parents. What were they like?
They were kind. That's the part I like to remember. They could also be strict, though. especially when it came to magic. I never understood why I had to work so hard to learn magic. Why we couldn't just be done with it and live openly like everyone else. Needless to say, that didn't go over well. Of course, if I'd have known that one day I'd be doing this, I would have taken my studies more seriously. What about your parents?
Same deal. Run through the mill. Told constantly that training was the only way to survive in a world like this. It got bad enough that I ended up running away and siding with the Renans of all people. And now, I've got that training to thank for being alive.
I know how that feels.
The first time we met, you risked using your magic to stop me from kicking my dad's ass. You could have done anything else. You could have ignored it. So, why?
Yeah, I guess something about Zephyr reminded me of my own father.
You don't say. So, did your pops and mine look a lot like each other?
Not really. Not at all, in fact. I don't know how to explain it. I just felt a resemblance, I guess.
Wow. Well, I won't pretend I understand, but I'm glad. Your dad must have been a great guy.
He was.
Maybe it's the snow soaking up all the sound, but something about Cislodia always feels mysterious to me. Solemn, almost.
When it comes to solemnity, I'd say our own Octalina Palace is no slouch.
I won't argue with you there. Still, that azure tint of the shadows on the silvery white snow, it has a certain indescribable quality.
Indeed. It was boorish of me to even suggest such a comparison.
All I know is it's freaking cold. Still, more pleasant now that the locals aren't quite as frosty towards us.
Well, excuse me if I'm too frosty for your warm self.
Oh, come on! You know I didn't mean you. Besides, really, I'm the one who...
How about we stop getting hung up on the past for a change? Take what you've learned and put it to use in the future instead.
An unexamined past can be just as dangerous in its own right.
Better that than obsessing over it like a certain someone I know.
Kisara doesn't mince her words, does she?
I could say the same thing about one or two of the other women around here.
Tell me about it.
I think I'll refrain from commenting on this one.
Poodle, I've got some dried fish for you. You want some?
Forget that. Doesn't some tasty red meat sound better, boy?
Hey! Stop trying to coax him away with treats. Get your own adorable sidekick if you're so desperate for one.
He appears to enjoy being the center of attention.
Funny how things change. He and Rinwell used to be joined at the hip, or shoulder to talon.
It's not just Hootle who's become more trusting. Isn't that so, Rinwell?
They do say pets and their owners act alike. I suppose since we've been together, I've done my share of coming out of my own shell too.
Well then, I guess with you and Hootle, that makes us all one big happy family.
Sometimes when I'm deep in thought, Poodle will come over and sit next to me. I only wish I could actually pet him.
Oh, you will someday. You won't believe how soft he is.
Wish I had that problem. I'm lucky if I can so much as look at old Featherbrain without him trying to claw me to ribbons.
Really? He seems tame enough around everyone else. Maybe it's just Hootle's way of establishing dominance?
That's dogs, not owls.
What's going on when Hootle pecks at you?
I don't know. Like when I'm talking to Rinwell, it's like he's trying to muscle me out or something. Unless... Wait, you don't suppose I make him jealous?
Come again?
Ow! Get off of me, you insecure fluffball!
I rather think they make a good comedic pairing. There's history in the air here. I can... smell it.
I don't smell anything.
Don't encourage him.
Who senses something. Maybe something's going on in the forest.
Who?
Are those two discussing relics again?
Then it's a promise.
Indeed it is.
Law, what are you doing?
Huh? Oh, Kisara. It's nothing. It's just those two are being sneaky over there. I heard something about a promise.
A promise? If it has to do with relics, then what?
Wait, you don't think they're gonna ditch us to become treasure hunters, do you?
I really doubt that.
You never know. He's pretty damn crazy for those relics of his.
Yeah, that's true.
It'd make things difficult for you if they just up and disappeared on us, right?
Yeah, that'd cause some problems.
We've got to do something to stop them.
Hey, what if we collected all of the relics ourselves?
That's it! Then they wouldn't have to go anywhere!
We might not be able to hear them talk like he can, but we can still search for them anywhere that looks likely.
Yeah, between the two of us, I'm sure we won't miss a single one.
Speaking of which, why are you so concerned about them taking off?
Huh? Well, you see...
This is going to be so great!
Indeed. Once we're finished, we can hold it in the palace.
A Dahna relic exhibition!
I'll let you serve as our exhibit guide, Renwell.
Right! I'll study up so I can answer any question they throw at me.
And, if you could, please ensure that Hootle stays far, far away from the exhibits.
Who?
There's history in the air here. I can smell it.
I don't smell anything.
Don't encourage him.
Oh?
Right.
Okay, off we go. Okay, off we go.
Isn't that Almadria's?
So this is where her ship drifted.
Then the one who wrote the letter is...
Alive, but badly wounded. I doubt many of the others have survived.
Let's survey the area.
I think the animals back at the ranch should be all grown up by now. Okay, whose turn is it to cook today?
Nice try, Law. We all know it's your turn.
Damn, was I that obvious? All right, guess I'll get to it.
Wait, before you get started. Remember when the three of us fixed pancakes back on the farm?
I remember how weirdly proud you were of yours.
Wait, don't tell me you want a rematch.
Oh, no, nothing like that. It's just, I've been thinking about something ever since that day. I used every trick in the book to make the perfect pancake, and yet...
You're wondering why you lost, right?
Pretty sure it's because you pumped Isara here with enough sugar to give a Zoogle a...
Anyways, I've come up with a recipe, and was hoping you guys could taste them and tell me what you think.
All right, I'm up for round 2. Challenge accepted.
Wait, are we all doing this?
Come on, Shion's clearly put a lot of work into this. I'm sure they'll be great. Right, everyone?
Thanks. Okay, wait here. I'll have them fixed up in just a few moments. Thanks for waiting, everyone. Here are your pancakes.
I can't wait. Let's see how they taste. Damn. The way these spices jump about in your mouth, you'd think they'd cancel each other out, but somehow they work brilliantly.
They're so sweet, I feel like they'll melt in my mouth. Every bite makes me feel like I'm in heaven.
Holy crap! These are so rich, just the way I like them! I can't stop stuffing them in my face!
You chose the perfect ingredients and heated them just enough to bring out their flavor. Amazing!
The presentation is simply exquisite, and they have such a pure, refined taste to them as well.
They're perfect! Shion, these pancakes are amazing.
Really? I'm so glad they turned out well.
Although, don't we all seem to have different impressions of how they actually taste?
You're right. It's like everyone was eating something completely different.
Here, let me take a bite of yours, Alphen.
It's true. I fine-tuned them to suit each person's unique tastes.
You did that for everyone's pancakes? That must have been a lot of extra work.
It was, but I learned something important in doing so. You see, I was so focused on trying to make something that I thought would please people that I forgot to consider who I was actually serving.
Here, water!
Thanks, Renwell. I thought I was a goner.
What's important as a cook isn't what I want people to feel about my food. It's about accommodating what they're looking for in a meal.
Well said, Shion. I'm so proud of you for figuring that out. No recipe is complete without love and care for whoever's eating it. Those alone make a dish taste better than any spice could.
So one might say that what makes a meal are both those who prepare it and those who eat it, rather than the food alone. How insightful!
You've grown so much as a cook, Shion. I have nothing left to teach you.
Oh, thank you, Master. Thank you so much.
This is such a beautiful island.
Yet it's just as full of zoo.
So, Halim, care if I hang out for a while?
Would you perchance be interested in going on a walk together?
Why? You're not on guard duty for another few hours.
Which is why I want to walk. To hear the music in these parts.
Music? Where are you going to find musicians all the way out here?
There's more to music than what people play. It's in the grass, fluttering in the wind, the leaves in the trees, and the songs of birds and insects. Once you open your ears,
It's you.
Lord Tohalim.
I figured I'd find you here, Kelzelik.
You knew he'd be here?
The handwriting on the note was all too familiar to me.
Did you come all the way out here to mock me, or have you changed your mind about putting me to death?
What if I had?
You have no right. You who abandoned your lordly duties and chose to fraternize with embeddeds of all people! And for what? How could someone as powerful as yourself turn your back upon the crown contest?
Not this again.
I ran from this once, but I must face it now. The crown contest was never for me. I apologize for dragging you along, but I do not regret my choice in the slightest. Listen to me, Kelzelik. People change. They can change given time, and regardless of their race. I know you're a capable man. You could do so much for others if you were so inclined.
Me? Impossible. It's too late for me. Death. Death closes in on me wherever I go.
What?
That's Almadrius.
Is she alive too?
It's death!
can become even more ruthless?
There's nothing more fearsome than a wounded beast.
Especially without its master.
Well, I'm not leaving it to its own devices.
Win!
Thunder Field! Not on
Go for the weak point!
Double demon fang!
I'm just getting
Rising Wyvern! You're up! You're mine!
Big waterfall!
Win!
In here!
Far enough!
I'll be the healing one!
Rising Wyvern! You picked the wrong fight!
In here!
You're up! Rising Wyvern! You're up!
Here's a healing here!
Here I come! I owe you one! Take it! Double demon fang! Severing wind! You're mine! You're up!
Now you're
Severing wind!
Why'd you heal me?
To stop you dying?
Right.
Radiant here!
in a bind.
Win!
I'll finish you here and now.
Glacial spear. Pierce evil. Seal. Please let down. Here, let me help. First aid.
Dragon shout.
Wind astrolin.
Eagle is ready to go.
Not on my watch.
You're on!
Take it. Ready and ready.
I'll heal
You're
you
on.
Stand the
I can do this all day. I can carve through armor.
I owe you, Xion.
Healing is what my art do best.
Here I do.
All mine can do is cause havoc and
Take
destruction.
this. Watch it.
Dance in the wind array. Air thrust. Annihilation. I can do this under display.
You're mine! Lewis,
First
get
Win.
Denied.
Dig waterfall.
Inspiration.
Take this!
Time for
Double
one
demon
more.
fang!
Power of fire. I'll finish you here and now.
Finish without a trace. Quite,
It's on!
lightning
Blazing
orb.
flame.
Healing
Anything in armor is all mine.
Disasters made. Thanks for the healing.
Watch yourself, okay?
Take
Yeah,
this.
you too.
Burn.
Here's a healing.
I'll finish you here and now. Armor won't save you.
You're on!
By the power of flame.
No further.
Light at the water
Try
for
harder!
creation.
Win!
Dance in mortal dominance. Explosion.
Severing wind!
Enemy's got you.
You're on!
Don't mind if I do.
Here I
I'll heal you
come!
all.
First strike.
You're on!
This one's mine. I never miss our crosshair.
I'll finish you here
There you
and
go.
now.
Don't let go.
Far enough.
One more. I'll heal you all.
Huh? Easter!
I can do this all day.
One more time.
Rising Wyvern!
Be careful not to overdo it.
I'm sorry.
Look sharp. Lightning tiger blade.
Excited.
Take this.
One more.
I'll finish you here. Now you see what I can do.
The waters are beating. Dance in
In a
mortal
bind.
They're not playing around.
Demon fang!
That frickin' does it.
Sleep now. I'll be saving
These
this one.
fists have got your name on them.
Rising Wyvern! You're on!
Talon hurricane. Let's tear it up.
Double Caesar! I owe you one!
Wailing banshee of lightning.
You're on!
Blazing flame.
Double
Watch
demon
this.
fang!
Rip and tear.
In here.
It's on!
Eagle assault.
Not today!
Light astrology.
Now you see what I can do.
Where that came from?
Leave the targets to me.
Eat
that, Sparta!
Watch it!
My turn! Severing wind!
I'm just getting started! This one's mine!
You're up! Now, while it's reeling!
Take it down!
Here I come!
Wind! Hurricane! There! In here!
Watch it!
Anything in armor is here's a healing art! Blah, blah, blah!
Rising Wyvern!
First aid! Holy lift!
Burn in hell!
Now I'm
in the groove! Severing wind!
Reload!
You're up!
Hurricane! Radiant blood! Here! I'm out of ammo! Heaven and earth!
I'm nearly done for.
A wailing...
Try harder!
Blazing
blade! Try harder!
Rise and shine!
My turn!
I let you all down.
You pay for that! Double demon fang!
I'll bring you down
Gun!
a bit! Tidal wave! Ready to go! Magic exam! Freeze lancer! Seal! Eat this! What my heart can do!
Falling behind. Looks like this one's mine.
Right hell it is!
I'll
Here
it now! Not in your dreams!
Double demon fang!
If it's in the sky, it's mine!
Talon hurricane!
It looks like you got this one covered!
Burn in hell!
Here!
Armor won't save you.
The enemy is going all out!
Wind!
Raging cascade! Here's a healing art
Double
now!
demon fang!
Talon hurricane! Illuminate the
You're
dark!
In a bind?
Magic exam! Got and again! Radiant blood!
Double demon!
Thunder field!
Wind!
Whoa! Let's be higher! Thanks!
It's too much.
Heaven and earth!
Demon fang!
A wailing raging flame!
I'll finish you here and now.
I'm going to need to use all the power of my healing arts.
I'm the dealer.
Resurrection!
I'll smash you.
Dance in the wind!
It's on!
Air thrust!
Rising Wyvern! You picked the wrong fight!
Dance immortal droplet!
Now or never.
Tidal wave! Explosion now!
Kisara, all yours, Kisara. There.
Would you come with us? We can take you someplace safe.
To where? Where could I possibly be safe from that?
What are you talking about? We already took care of the monster.
No! Death is immortal by its very nature. Even now it haunts me. It hounds me! The Silver Death curses me incessantly with its many faces, many voices. Don't follow me. Leave me be. Leave me alone! Ah!
What's happened to him?
Whatever it is, it seems we have read the situation wrong.
He spoke of a silver death. Do you think he could be referring to the people back in Vicent that he hollowed?
He did so at Almadria's urging. I'm sure that somewhere deep down, he felt guilt and remorse for what he did. It was easy to blame it all on Almadria while she was alive. But now that she's gone, he has no one left but himself to blame for his own misdeeds. He's alone with his guilt on this island.
But it sounds like he lacked the mental fortitude to endure it.
Makes sense. Sounds like just desserts to me.
Almadria's monsters had nothing to do with it then.
So he was a Renin, yet he regretted his part in the Dahnan's persecution. And now he's beyond help.
Should we really just wash our hands of him, though?
To be honest, it seems like he's punished himself far more than any punishment we could hope to mete out. Dohalim.
If I hadn't met all of you, No, even after that. If I hadn't accompanied you on this journey, it's entirely possible that might have been me.
But you did. You're here with us now. And you didn't stumble upon redemption, Dohalim. This is the path you chose for yourself.
Yes, I suppose it is.
Hootle senses something.
Haha! Am I on a roll or what?
Well, look who's in a bright and shiny mood.
This shall be a feast for the senses.
Phew, what a rush.
It's like we've assembled every single owl in Dahna.
You know, looking at them all, I think we very well may have. Talk about a spectacular sight.
Yeah. His Majesty and Her Majesty both seem pleased as well.
When she's all alone, her thoughts drift to sad places. I did all this so that she could have lots of friends and live happily ever after.
Hey, I get a little grumpy sometimes.
I'm interpreting for the owls, not talking about you.
Well, at least Hootle isn't alone anymore, right?
Right. Hey, Hootle? Huh? Hootle, I think you should stay. If you keep traveling with us, it's going to be constant fighting, and you'll be put in a lot more danger. But this is a safe place, filled with lots of friends for you. Plus, you can learn lots of new stuff with friends. Just like all the new things I've gotten to learn since I met Alphen and everyone else. All I could teach you was to jump from twig to twig. But now look at you. You're soaring to new heights. You can go wherever you want on your own now. So, stay here and be with your friends, okay?
Are you sure about this?
Hey, I didn't mean for you to.
It's okay. I've made up my mind. We stuck with each other for as long as we did because we had no one else to depend on. Now, it's for the best we stay among our own kind. Take care of yourself, Hootle. Hootle? Hootle, no! Your friends are that way! Why can't you understand?
I think he's trying to say, I don't abandon my friends.
Huh?
Hootle has his own wings. If he wanted to leave, he could have left whenever he wanted to.
He can come back to this place whenever he wants to. But right now, what he wants is to be with you.
It's true that his own kind is here, and he knows that. But he won't know if you'll always be around, Rinwell.
But, I mean...
I think he's asking you whether you really want him to go.
No! Of course I don't really want him to go! Hoodle's the only family I have left.
Then it's settled.
Hoodle has a place to go home to whenever he wants, and that'll never change things between you.
Are you sure about this, Hoodle?
Take care of our friend.
I pray your journey is a safe one.
Okay, enough already.
Thank you. Try to be nice to one another, Your Majesties.
Well, what's the answer?
Oh, well, yeah, of course.
Yeah, we'll both take care of each other.
I meant the owl's answer.
Let's go, Hoodle!
Always good to be back in familiar territory. Oh, just great. Cheers!
What?
Never. Wait. Something's...
I couldn't catch...
Oh no.
Alvin?
Shion, you're not alone. There's also... We'll fight you!
Dummy!
That's not that set. Even if you never...
Feeling better? better now, Xion?
I'm sorry I lost my cool like that.
Don't worry. It's not like I have any room for criticism.
Being a grown-up isn't easy, is it?
Looks like we made it here in one piece.
You see anybody around here who could use our help?
We can't chase...
Just great. Wow.
I see. Mm-hmm.
All right.
Very well.
How does this voice recording thing work? Hello, I'm Alphen. Hello, I'm Alphen.
We finally made it.
Huh?
You okay, Law? You seem kind of quiet.
I'm fine. Just feels a little weird returning home now that my dad's not here, I guess. Oh man, sorry. I didn't mean to bum you out, too.
So I guess that means you'll be visiting your dad's grave while you're here. Right, Law?
His grave? What are you, nuts? There is no grave. The Rena would only destroy it the moment they found it.
Back before Calaglia was liberated, dead slaves would be dumped in mass burial sites. Either that or thrown on top of a bonfire. We got used to cremating our own to deny them the pleasure. Then we'd sprinkle the ashes from high up as a way of returning them to the motherland.
It's all we could do. That's the ceremony we had when my mom died, too.
But that was back then, right? Calaglia is liberated now. There's nothing to stop you from raising a true grave anymore.
I suppose you've got a point. Once you've been doing something for generations, though, it sort of begins to take root. It's a tradition of its own now.
My dad wouldn't want that anyway. Cheap and simple, he'd say. Besides, I can't treat him differently than my mom. They might not end up meeting on the other side.
I hadn't thought of it like that. Wow, imagine. The two of them reunited. Back home where they belong. They're probably watching over us right now, at one with great Dahna. There's something almost poetic about it.
That's why I can't afford to screw up. If I know my pops, something as paltry as death won't stop him from coming to box my ears. Still, better than being left alone, I guess. Better than never knowing. You hear that, Dad? I'll make you proud. You'll see.
Gotcha! Watch! Hey. Yeah! Ah.
Perhaps. Always good to be back in familiar territory.
Hmm? Yeah!
Looks like we made it here in one piece.
Yeah! Yeah!
You better not come back! Got it?
Always good to be back in familiar territory.
Yes!
Looks like we get to sleep with a roof over.
for our heads.
Always good to be back in familiar territory.
Yeah! Excuse...
We finally made it. Everything okay there, big guy? You look kind of pissed.
I'll say. He looks like he wants to bite the head off something.
What's eating at you? Come on, Alphen. You're gonna bring us all down if you keep that ferocious scowl on.
Oh, sorry. Do I really look that ticked off?
Yeah, it kinda makes you hard to talk to. So, what's bothering you?
It's a pebble.
A pebble?
Snuck its way into the back of my boot. I can't seem to get rid of it.
Oh, I totally get you. Weird how much it can get on your nerves, huh?
Yeah, it's barely bigger than a grain of sand. So how come it feels like I'm walking around on hot nails?
You know, maybe this is a crazy solution, but you could just take your boot off and give it a shake.
Yeah. Yeah, of course. You're right. Phew. It's like I've been given a new lease on life. Thanks for the tip, Shion.
Seemed kind of obvious, but you're welcome? That's the trouble with windy places. All that fine debris ends up getting into your hair and clothes.
Alphen, is it just me, or have you become extra sensitive ever since getting your sense of pain back?
Now that you mention it, the other night at camp, there was a fly buzzing around that annoyed him so much, he unsheathed the blazing sword.
So much for sensitive. That's just being a Mr. Cranky Pants.
Nothing new on that front, then.
What's the matter, Alphen? You look a little tense.
It's nothing, really.
He wants to get angry, but knows that doing so would only prove our point. Hence the building frustration showing plainly on his face.
Would you stop analyzing things for 1 minute?
Point taken.
What was that?
We've reached our destination. We've reached our destination. Let's erase that one.
Don't, Xion. We need everyone's voices. Ah! Why are your thorns more pain?
Yeah.
Finally. If only we could have flown with the wind to get here faster.
You did good.
What the?
Really?
Is that
What's wrong?
very well?
Hey, Alvin! Hear Tigrina's voice.
Sure. Here.
Oh. Oh.
You little...
It feels kinda surreal to make people happy with something.